I feel you're good. Bowman. All right, it is 3 p.m. on October 21st, 2025, and the commission is present. Commissioner Hedin, Commissioner Adler, Commissioner McCurdy, Commissioner McGann, Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner McCandless, and myself, Commissioner Winfield, with Administrator Mr. Tyner and Clerk Auditor Mr. Wojtek, with a presentation from Tess Barger in the HR department. And Tess, please take it away.
All right, excellent. Thank you all very much. I'll first start off with saying that Rick Stewart with GBS Benefits, or Benefits Administrator, is here, as well as Derek Applegate, who's with PEHP. During the last meeting, when this item was on the agenda, it was requested that we had a PHP representative here, and then we also have a representative from GBS Benefits to help fill in any gaps with any questions that come up that would fall within his realm. So to start off, I'll just let you know the layout that I have for today's presentation. It will first start off with, I'll provide a brief presentation of history related to our benefits, and then a brief overview of the Cigna and PEHP options, and what went into us coming up with those options. Then we'll pass it over to Derek Applegate. He'll provide a brief verbal presentation on PEHP. I then will have some questions that I'll moderate with Derek. We had top questions that were asked by staff when we were polling them. And so in order for you all to hear what those questions were, as well as the answers, we'll go ahead and do that session. And then of course, any additional questions that haven't been answered throughout the presentation, Q&A, et cetera, then we'll make sure that we have time at the end for that as well. All right, so first to start off, I think it's prudent for us to explain what our obligation is as an employer with benefits. So we, based on the size of the employer we are classified as a large employer. So any employer over 50 employees is required to provide insurance benefits to employees. Those benefits are also based on the ACA standards, so Affordable Care Act standards. They also have to have a certain threshold of value as well as affordability. So there are calculations that go into that. But the kind of the long and the short is that the plans that we offer should cover at least 60% of expected benefit costs, and deductibles also have this. So for instance, for a high deductible plan, moving into 2026, the maximum would be $8,500 for a single individual, and then $17,000 for a family. The plans that we have provided have not hit that anywhere near that. But again, that's just the threshold from the ACA. So in addition to it being necessary, it's also an incredible benefit for retention as well as recruitment, us having good benefit packages to offer, as well as the fact that we have up to date had an option that is free of cost entirely to employees. High deductible plans, both for single, two-party, and family, have no premium that's passed off to employee. The county covers the full cost of the premium and also provides an HSA contribution, and that's because traditional plans cost more. And so in order to kind of balance those out a little bit more, make them a bit more equitable to employees, we have that HSA contribution that is tied to the high deductible plan that traditional plan members don't have. All right, so some really brief terminology definitions. Cigna OAP, and these are going to be referred to, so that's why I thought it was important for us to just go ahead and cover them right at the beginning. Cigna OAP is Cigna Open Access Plus. That's currently the Cigna plan that the county is enrolled in and has been enrolled in. PEHP stands for Public Employees Health Program. IHC stands for Intermountain Healthcare, so a group of medical centers within the Intermountain Healthcare conglomerate, if you will. Benefits Administrator is a company that manages our employee benefits programs, including health insurance. So that is GBS Benefits. And First Health Network is a rental network used by PEHP for out-of-state coverage, including the Colorado area. So to go into the bids that we received this year, so we received bids from Cigna, EMI Health, PEHP, Regents, Aetna, Motive Health, Select Health, United Healthcare, and then University of Utah Health Plans. We went out to bid because we had not been out to bid for a number of years. The primary reason for this was that we've been, and by we, I mean the staff have been happy with Cigna. They also gave us a 0% renewal rate for both 2024 and 2025, which is great. And so we really didn't have a need to go out to bid. That being said, because we wanted to see what our options were, both because it's good for us to check in on what our options are every number of years, and also because of the continued identification of concerns related to the budget going into 2026, we thought it was prudent to go out. The reason that we're here today is our recommendation is really to only be looking at two of the bids. One of those is from Cigna. So the initial renewal rate that they gave us was 14.9%. GBS Benefits has been excellent in helping us work with and negotiate with Cigna. When GBS facilitated that, Cigna came back with an 8.77% renewal rate. We said, unfortunately, that's still not quite what we're able to look at. We are going to go ahead and proceed to go out to bid for the aforementioned reasons. And after all of the other bids were closed, GBS Benefits always takes it back to the current carrier and says, okay, this is what everybody else did. What's your best and final offer? At that point, Cigna gave us a renewal rate of 4.78%. As we looked through all of the other bids that we received, the other plan that stuck out both because of the comparable coverage as well as the reduced renewal rate they gave us was PEHP. They gave us two options. We only are really looking at or wanting to look at quote 3. The reason for that is quote 3 allows employees to opt into one of two different plans. One is the PEHP Advantage plan, which gives them access to IHC care, so that Intermountain Healthcare network in Utah. And then they have a Summit plan, which covers non-IHC care in Utah. So that would be, for instance, the University of Utah Health System is really what folks are typically accessing and thinking of. For both the Summit and the Advantage plans, the out of state coverage, so that Colorado, Grand Junction area coverage would be the same. Do we have any questions so far?
Cigna and PEHP would be the same in the Grand Junction area. Is that the way I understood what you just said?
No, I apologize. So the two different PEHP plans that staff would have the option to choose either the Advantage or the Summit, they have the exact same out of state coverage. Great question. Thank you.
And so it's not Advantage and Summit, it's Advantage or Summit.
Correct. It's Advantage or Summit.
Okay.
That's correct. And I'll go into a little bit more of the specifics, not a ton, because we do have a very well-versed PEHP representative here, but I'll go ahead and touch on that briefly here in a moment. So there's a lot of terminology and verbiage involved in insurance. And so this was another item that I felt was important for us to break down really briefly. So there are different types of plans, but the two that we'll talk about are level funded and fully insured. So when you are in a level funded plan, what that means is that we are taking on some of the risk and the insurance carrier is taking on some of the risk in terms of our utilization. So the cost of the claims that our employees have over the course of the year. Benefits of this are that there's greater likelihood of possibility of refunds. So for instance, from 2023, we received a refund of $305,000. And then for the 2024 year, we received a refund of $143,000 back from Cigna. For 2025 up to date, our utilization is higher this year. We've had to use our insurance more. We've had higher claims. And so we're not anticipating getting any type of refund check like that. We had really, really good years in 2023 and 2024, which is also likely why we got that 0% renewal rate from Cigna. Additionally, again, we have a fixed monthly cost with refunds after end of year reconciliation. So we won't know exactly what our refund for 25 is until 26. And then Cigna plan is level funded currently. For fully insured, the carrier takes on the greater risk of that claims regardless of how much we're using our insurance. So we have those fixed premiums, smaller possibility of refunds, and then the refunds are smaller percentages typically. And then the PEHP plan that we're looking at is that fully insured plan. So this is a comparison of Cigna versus PEHP coverage in Utah specifically. So in Utah, under our Cigna OAP plan, there's coverage of 44 hospitals and medical centers. For the PEHP Advantage plan, we have 38 hospitals and centers. And again, the Advantage plan is that IHC network. And then for the PEHP Summit plan, or the non-IHC coverage, that covers 44 centers in Utah. So in terms of the number of facilities that are covered, it's very comparable between Cigna and PEHP, and there's a lot of overlap in what those facilities are. And again, to reiterate, employees would have to choose either the Advantage or the Summit plan under PEHP.
So you have a lot of extra columns on there that to me are unnecessary when we're just trying to compare the two plans and the Cigna. So could you share what the three columns are that we should be looking at?
Absolutely. So you'll just be looking at the Cigna. And so that's the second column, and then the PEHP column, which is the last column. And I apologize, this was taken out of the GBS guide that we were provided. I didn't create this chart, and so that's why there are those extra columns.
Okay, I see it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just looking at the blue and the gray.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yep, looking at the blue and the gray.
And then Cigna, those are the three different plans that are available from Cigna, is that correct then?
Those are the three different plans that they have, and we're on the OAP plan.
Or the OAP?
Mhm.
And then the PEHP, we're just doing the two middle ones, Advantage and Summit.
Correct, Advantage and Summit, you got it.
Perfect.
And as you can see within the Advantage and Summit, there's also quite a bit of overlap in between the hospitals and centers that they both cover as well. All right. So next I'll go over a brief history of our run with Cigna as an organization. So Greene County first switched to Cigna in 2015. We moved over to Select Health only for the year 2016 and then moved back to Cigna in 2017. We've been with them since 2017. The highest renewal rate that we received from Cigna was the first year, so that first year that we switched over to them. And then the lowest renewal rates we've received from them are the last 2 years with that 0% renewal rate. So the average renewal rate we've had with Cigna from year to year is 8.77%, which is really great. This past year, what they were saying was industry standard was a 10% renewal rate. So we're under that industry standard, that industry average in terms of renewal rate with Cigna. All right. And then I apologize that this chart, I wish I could blow it up bigger while also still having it in this PowerPoint. But I also did attach the GBS entire guide so that you were able to access the full original version of the documents and pull them up as much as you needed to. So there are several alternative options that we did look at in terms of our Cigna plan. So our current Cigna plan structures are, we have a traditional plan and a high deductible plan. For our traditional plan, our deductibles are $1,000 for a single person and $2,000 for a family in network, and $4,000 and $8,000 respectively for out of network. And then our out of pocket maximums for traditional plans are $4,000 for an individual and $8,000 for a family. And then our out of network are the $12,000 for an individual and $24,000 for a family. And then for the high deductible plan, it's $2,000 and $4,000 for in network, $4,000 and $65, or excuse me, and then $4,000 and $8,000 for out of network. And then for out of pocket maximums, $4,000 for a single person, $6,550 for a family, and then $8,000 and $13,100 for out of network. Some other important things that I'd like us to look at are prescriptions. So oftentimes folks overlook the importance of a prescription drug plan, but ultimately a lot of those that are utilizing insurance are more often using their prescription plan than maybe their medical plan. You may have to fill your prescriptions every 2 weeks, but you only have to go to the doctor once every couple months, for instance, right? So looking at our prescription plans is very important as well for staff. And then for the Cigna alternatives that they gave us, we asked them to look at what would it look like in terms of us trying to figure out this affordability question. What would it look like if we increase some of these numbers, for instance, increasing our, deductibles in our high deductible plans and increasing our out-of-pocket maximums, just to see what it would do to premium rates. If you increase deductibles and increase out-of-pocket maximums, it takes down premium rates, and then it would, bring down the cost that the county would be paying for our plan. And as we were looking a lot more in depth in this, we did realize that the numbers that are provided in the alternative options were not updated when we got the 4.78% renewal rate. So we don't have the exact numbers of what those alternative options would look like, but there would be a reduction in essentially the higher you go with the deductibles and out-of-pocket maximum, the lower the premiums are. And Rick, if you have anything else to add to that, I'd love to pass it over to you for a moment.
Yeah, you bet. I would just add that we think that in raising those deductibles or out-of-pocket maximums and those alternate options, that it would save about 2 to 3% compared to the Cigna rates that you're seeing on this page.
All right, great. Thank you, Rick.
You bet.
All right. Do we have any questions for Rick or myself on this?
So in raising the deductibles, it would be putting the cost on the employee more than the cost for the county.
Yep, great question. So if
So we'd save money, the county, we
the county would
would save money.
and then if, say, an employee got hurt or had a medical situation come up, instead of hitting their deductible at, say, the $2,000 mark, they would have to pay up to $3,000 before their deductible kicked in. So we would be passing the cost off to the employee. That's correct.
Okay.
Can we return to, you mentioned the HSA, that we
Yes.
actually fund an HSA?
That's correct.
Okay, do you know how much we put in a certain amount every month?
Yep, we do. We do $100 for single and then $200 for two-party or family plans. So $1,200 or $2,400.
Basically, those monies can be used for deductibles. Is that correct? Am I incorrect about that?
I think that, yes,
I mean, right.
they can cover any
Right,
related
anything,
costs.
right,
That's
okay,
correct. They could
right.
definitely, if they went in and had to pay for something, they can get reimbursed by
Right,
the
right.
HSA. That's 100% correct.
But that's only on those high deductible plans, not on the regular.
Correct. The traditional plan, which we didn't touch the traditional plan in terms of looking at increasing deductibles or anything like that. You can't be on a traditional plan and have access to an HSA. They can have an FSA, which is a totally different can of worms, and we don't provide any contributions. Great questions. Thank you. Okay. And then moving over to PEHP. So again, it breaks down what the Advantage / Summit, which is the option that we would be looking at, would be. So it had that outline for both the traditional plan as well as the high deductible plan in columns 1 and 2. Columns 3 through 5 also look at what these alternative plans would be if we, say, decided to increase the deductible or increase out-of-pocket maximums on the high deductible plan option. Another big thing that I think is important, again, looking at those comparisons in between plans, is the plans are basically identical aside from prescriptions. So for PEHP, under the traditional plan for prescriptions, and insurance is classified different drugs in tiers. So tiers 1 through 3. So for tier 1, PEHP would be a $10 increase. For tier 2, it would be a $5 increase. And for tier 3, it would be a $15 increase. And again, that's under the traditional plan prescriptions. For the high deductible plan, tier 1 would be a $5 increase. Tier 2 drugs would be a $10 decrease. And tier 3 drugs would be a $5 decrease. But aside from that, the co-pays out after deductible percentages, what care is covered, et cetera, PE. we have any questions on this? So after we came in and presented last time, there was which I very, very greatly appreciated. There's a strong motivation amongst the commission to get feedback from staff. We did this in two different ways. We sent out an email to our entire staff directory. We also walked around and polled staff. The reason we did this is because there's a certain selection bias that can happen if you send out a survey where folks that have really strong opinions are going to be lead in that survey, whereas folks that maybe don't have as much of an opinion one way or another are less likely to engage. And so by polling, we tried to get a better kind of sample size of the staff. So when we walked around, we talked to 24 different staff. 12 said that they had concerns about leaving Cigna, 7 were neutral, so about 30% were neutral. 4 said that they had issues with Cigna. 1 was actually in favor of switching because they had a lot of issues figuring out which providers they could see and unify with Cigna. And then 11 identified that they regularly access Grand Junction Colorado Care. And then in terms of number of responses for that email survey that we sent out, 13 staff responded, 11 reflected concerns with leaving PHP. And then we had 7 staff indicate that they use Grand Junction Care regularly. So in total, about 50% of the staff on both sides said that they regularly access Junction Care.
You said, and I think you just, on the email or the
Oh, yes.
online one, you said there was 11 that were concerned about leaving PHP.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I greatly apologize. There were 11 that had concerns with leaving Cigna. Thank you for
Okay,
the
just wanted to
correction.
The same number were polled in both polls. You don't have a number in your email response poll side there.
So there were, 13, we sent out the email to everybody in the county directly,
Oh, okay.
which is, 100 plus staff. We have 145 staff currently on.
Everybody was polled in the email poll.
Exactly. Yep, exactly. All of our full-time staff were pulled in the email, and we currently have 145 employees that are enrolled in our insurance, whether it's traditional or high deductible. So we got about 25% of staff who are currently benefited with Cigna to respond, which is a pretty decent percentage. So again, you can kind of see that selection bias in terms of the number of those who were polled when we walked around versus those who responded.
And there's no question in here, but I'm curious about the number of people that use services such as U of U and the stuff we're losing by going to PEHB at the Huntsman and Morning Star.
And
That's where our biggest loss is coming in on your chart is services at the U of U. There's the 2 columns there in the Morning Star column.
if someone were to go with the Advantage plan, then that's correct. But if they were to select the PEHP Summit option, which is a totally a possibility for them, then Mountain Star and University of Utah would be within that plan. So essentially, if staff favor IHC or non-IHC, they'll have to make that selection. Yep, great question.
Okay, with Cigna, do they have to make that?
No,
destination?
with the OAP plan, they don't have to choose Advantage versus Summit. They don't have to choose between 2 different plans. The OAP plan covers 44 different hospitals and centers with a mix between IHC and non-IHC. And then the PHP plans cover 38 hospitals and 44 hospitals respectively. So the number of centers that are covered don't change. Which centers exactly are covered do change though.
Okay.
And it's, there's certainly overlap, but there are also gaps as well, or differences, I should say, not gaps.
No, if it was straight overlap, we'd choose the cheaper one, but
And that's why it's difficult, right? This is a very nuanced decision.
And then Grand Junction, there's no way to really compare. Like right now, we can look at the hospitals that Utah is comparing, but as far as the PEHP, network and it's outside of Utah, there's no way to compare.
There wasn't a chart of a really nice, visual aid chart available. I did provide a copy of the First Health Network directory of all care providers in the Grand Junction area that are covered under PEHP. And then with us having Derek Applegate here to provide some additional information, certainly ask him some of those questions as well. Yes.
Under the options of the high deductible, are those currently available to all employees? When I look at the previous sheet right here, it looks like the majority of our staff choose the high deductible option.
That's correct, yes. And I actually have those numbers. So currently we have 105 employees on our high deductible plan. Yep, so over 70% of our staff are on a high deductible.
Which ones of, say, these three options right here, would they be on?
So-
Because in the next year's renewal, it looks like there's three options for high deductible.
So we had our benefits administrator essentially structure if we were to increase the deductible and out-of-pocket maximum, what would those premiums look like? What the plan is that we're currently on is for the high deductible is $2,000 deductible for a single and $4,000 for a family. So that's second column.
So that's the second one.
That's correct. That's currently the structure of the high deductible plan that we have.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you. And it's a great plan. I will say it's the best deductible that I've ever had at any employer.
And I don't know if it's for you or the representative directly, but if I chose a different plan, if we went with PHP and chose a different plan, I said I want healthcare coverage from up north, does that take away healthcare coverage from Colorado?
No, it does not.
No, they would just have to go with the Summit plan to get the Utah coverage. That, if you look in that column, Summit plan.
Yeah, if they,
Okay.
Utah coverage.
if they wanted university.
Advantage plan is where you.
But if they
lose.
chose to go with the Advantage plan, if it ended it with the Advantage plan, Life Flight only goes there. So if they get Life Flighted,
To Life
Yeah.
that goes to Grand Junction, that would be covered. Emergency care is covered. And that's another great question that I know that Derek is going to be addressing as well.
Okay, and just from additional knowledge, they have done life flights. I know somebody else that life flown from Moab to Salt Lake.
For sure.
yeah, but it's a rarity.
It's when it's,
I mean, the sheer numbers.
oh, it depends.
It's, having worked in the emergency room at the hospital, it's not as much of a rarity as you would think. Certainly sometimes it is very often and a little bit more often that folks will be life flighted over to Grand Junction, but depending on how many beds they have available, depending on the specialty that's needed, we very often transfer folks upstate as well. All right, excellent. An additional item that I want to iterate as well about if we were to increase, if we were to look at trying to offset the cost of staying with Cigna by increasing our deductibles and choosing one of those alternative high deductible plans. Employees have the option of traditional or high deductible every single year. So if our high deductible plans are less appealing, if the out of pocket maximum and deductible really increases, there's certainly a likelihood that some employees may opt for the traditional plan instead. So we can't really give a great estimate necessarily on what those cost savings would be. We may, that would maybe influence a percentage of our high deductible plan members to switch over to traditional for 2026.
Can I ask a question back onto the surveys? So when you did the surveys, did you just ask, do you have concerns with leaving Cigna, or did you ask actually like questions? What are your concerns with?
So it started with just asking feedback about any questions, concerns, et cetera, you have. And then for the employees that responded, I asked them the questions of what concerns would you have with leaving Cigna? Have you experienced any issues with Cigna? And do you access Grand Junction, Colorado Care regularly?
What were some of the bigger concerns with leaving?
Great question. And that's actually a perfect segue. So there are these questions that I was planning on asking, with Derek to be able to answer them. Certainly the level of in-network coverage at Grand Junction, how pre-existing conditions would be handled, what PHP's coverage is out of, other areas in the country, for instance, those whose dependents are maybe in college out in the Midwest, would their, college student be able to find providers that would be covered by PHP, how they handle referrals, specialty providers, if Mon Regional Hospital, Spanish Valley Clinic are a network, and then what about prescription drug coverage? So those were the big ones that we got.
The PHP rep?
We sure do, yes. So are there any more questions for me before we pass it over to Derek for comments?
You did a good presentation. I mean, it just flows right into the next question. Right?
Yep, there you go. All right, excellent. Well, Derek, I think we're ready to hand it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I've been listening intently, so I hope I can answer more questions than what I cause. But let me start by giving everyone kind of a brief overview of who PEHP is. We were created in 1977 by the Utah State Legislature specifically for public employees and public employers. We don't venture out into the private sector. We are strictly mandated to just offer benefits for the public sector. So we actually enjoy that niche. We look at it as such as, we know the public sector because we are the public sector. That's all we do. We have employers all over the state of Utah, from cities, counties, special service districts, school districts. In Grand County, we have 6 employers that utilize us. There's also a good number of state employees who reside in Grand County. So we are familiar with the desire to have Grand Junction as part of our network. Now, being a Utah-based company, we primarily do most of our contracting with Utah-based providers and facilities, but we have reached out to many in the Grand Junction area. We currently have contracted, I believe the number is 71 doctors in different fields that practice in Grand Junction. We're also contracted with the hospital, St. Mary's Hospital, there as well for our members. So we do have some there. How that compares to what they currently see, I don't know, because I'm not familiar with the network offered by Cigna to that extent. Tess did a good job of discussing our network options that are available for employees. We have our Advantage Network and our Summit Network that we offer. Any employee who signs up can do it. The easy distinction between them: our Advantage Network is based off of Intermountain Healthcare facilities and providers. The Summit Network is primarily non-IHC, so University of Utah, Mountain Star, Common Spirit, Huntsman, for example. Now, the two networks themselves, off the Wasatch Front, the two networks themselves are pretty close to identical. There's a few minor differences, maybe some docs that aren't on both, but for the most part, the two networks are identical. Where they differ is for anyone who would travel up to Utah County, Salt Lake County, Davis County, or Weber County. Up in those four areas, that's where it's either or. You're either looking at IHC facilities or non-IHC facilities, depending on which network was chosen. But down services off the Wasatch Front, you're not going to find much of a difference in the two networks. Plans, we tried to match as close as we could to what the Grand employees are currently using. Anytime you switch carriers, there are always going to be subtle differences between how the plans are administered. But the big keys being the deductibles, the co-insurance, things like that, we try to match where we could. Pharmacy benefits, we do have a little bit different pharmacy benefits. When there is a change in carrier, and I think Rick from GBS can probably attest to this, probably the biggest disruption that you find is going to be in the pharmacy benefits because every carrier does it a little differently. One might have some drugs, whereas the other has the same drug family, but maybe a different brand that they carry, things to that nature. So you're always going to have some of that. PHP has been managing our pharmacy benefits pretty aggressively for the past 15 years. We have a contract with Express Scripts, who is our pharmacy benefits manager. But our contract is quite unique with Express Scripts in that it gives us a little more leeway into the management. We have our own formulary drug list. We do our own pre-authorizations. Essentially, what we have Express Scripts for is we get their volume discount for their nationwide coverage, and also their network of pharmacies nationwide. Also, what the result has been over the past 15 years with our pharmacy contract, Express Scripts being, depending on different reports, either the second or third largest PBM in the country. Their annual trend is usually around 10 to 12% as far as what their increase is each year. We've been able to manage that at 5%. And what that means is it's savings for the employers, for all those that participate in PHP. PHP was created, again, as a nonprofit government trust. Any rates we provide for Grand County or anyone else, it's basically, there's absolutely no profit margin built in. It is specifically for expected claims for the year ahead and our operating costs. And that's it. Any increase we experience because of the positive claim experience that the group did, that's more positive for the group than it is for PHP in that sense. We take great pride in that. We've given back to our employers in the past 10 years over $100 million total. So if Grand County were to join with PHP, they would be placed in what we call the local government's risk pool. This is a risk pool that is made up of a little more than 300 public employers throughout the state. They banded together as this self-funded pool. To the individual group, it feels fully insured because there's no deposit required. Day to day, it feels fully insured. But at the end of the day, it is considered a self-funded pool by all of those who participate. Why I make that distinction is when that pool runs well, we give money back. And in the past 10 years, we've probably been given back the equivalent anywhere between 1% to 3%, depending on how well they did. Now, it's not a given each and every year that those refunds will be given. It just depends on how well the pool did. Hopefully, we're not leaking money and having too much of a run on claims, but we try to manage that so that everyone who participates in that pool experiences things when things go well. Any other questions, Tess, that you'd like me to cover?
No, I don't believe so. Thank you, Derek, but I'd love to pass it over to the commissioners and make sure that we make good use of your time here.
Do we have the answers to these employee questions?
Yes, he
Okay.
did email them to me, and I can email those over to you as soon as I show.
Yep,
It's very
thank
nice,
you.
great. Yes,
You
absolutely.
did email them or you will?
I will. I apologize.
Because we are making a decision on this tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then talk about next year's renewal rate. I've got an email from an employee quoting 7%. I'm curious, when you talk about giving 1% to 3% back,
Mm-hmm.
why wouldn't that show up on the front end rather than the back end?
So that's a good question. So with the proposal that we gave, by when we start looking at your renewal for next year, we'll be about 6 to 7 months into the plan year. We won't have a full plan year to look at to look at how Grand County was doing. So what our underwriters have done is they look at what our trend is for our book of business for the past year, and that has been 7.2%. So what our renewal is for you for if you were to come to us, the renewal for 2027 would be 7.2%. Now, as far as what that refund would be, if assuming there is going to be a refund, so we let the entire plan year run out. So over the next 12 months, we would look at how the pool did, and if there's leftover money, more money than what we need to pay claims, we would then calculate it based off of every. There are different factors for each group. It's based off of the experience, how well you did within the pool, your longevity in the pool, member engagement, things like that. And our actuaries would then determine how much goes to what group. So we wouldn't even know. The first step is we have to know if the pool ran well for the entire year. Once they know how much of excess reserve we have at the end of the year, then they have to calculate how much each group gets back. So we wouldn't even know that until on this first year until probably around July of 2027 for just this first year of 2026.
Okay, and then I've got one other question, if I'm not stepping on anybody else. We mentioned, and I would imagine that the majority of our employees are on the lesser plan, the Advantage rather than the Summit. But at the beginning of this, we mentioned that basically the reduced costs that the county's seeing is because they're being passed on to the employees with increased benefits, correct? And I'm wondering what that increase is that our employees are gonna see next year, because that, unless I misunderstood you, that was a statement earlier.
Yeah, so in terms of the Advantage plans, because we haven't been with PEHP before, I can't speak to whether the Summit plan or the Advantage plan will be more popular. That being said, for either the Advantage or the Summit plans, really what, I think speaking to your question, it would more so be a discussion of the traditional versus the high deductible plans. So currently we have more employees on our high deductible plan. And if we were to, and again, I'm not recommending that we change to one of the alternative options because I don't want to pass more cost off to the employees. But it is, again, I wanted to make sure that we had those options available in case the commission of the decisions is motivated to stay with Cigna, but feels like there needs to be an offset to cost. The way that cost would be passed off to the employees is that on the high deductible plan, their deductibles would increase. So instead of I have to pay out of pocket until $2,000 and then my insurance starts kicking in and pays 50% of every appointment, it would be I have to pay $3,000.
And that's on the Cigna plan if we stay, is what you're saying.
The plan structures would be the same both for
both of them?
Yeah, exactly. We have the same kind of alternative options for PEHP and Cigna.
Question. It ties along with some of the questions that I see here also. If someone's already getting care and is covered right now under Cigna's plan, we don't go with Cigna. What's that care change look like? Like, do they have to go for coverage, do they have to go find someone else?
It's a great question. So it would depend. It would depend on whether that provider is in network or not with PEHP.
Yeah.
So if they're in network, it's as simple as they provide their new insurance card, and then things move forward exactly as they have been. If they're working with a provider that isn't covered by PEHP, then they would, and please feel free to step in and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Rick and Derek, but if it's not in network, then they would either need to choose to select a new provider that still provides that type of care, or they would need to pay out of pocket, out of those out of network
And that'd be,
costs.
I mean, day one on service.
Yeah. If I can interject, a lot of it's just going to depend on the date of service. So, anything prior to January 1st, they just want to make sure that they would show that their Cigna card, ID number, so that everything gets billed to Cigna. Beginning
Yeah.
on January 1st, it would just all go to PHP. They would want to use their PHP benefits at that point.
Okay.
Yep. So just depends on the date of service.
Okay, second, question, if I'm not cutting anyone off. City Market take you guys? Because they don't with Cigna right now.
We started taking Cigna actually.
City Market did? Oh, big win.
Yeah.
I can get groceries and farm, okay.
Yes. you can-
Yeah, please.
Full
Mark's got a
service.
question also.
And Derek, can you speak to whether or not City Market is a network for pharmacy under PEHP?
Or our pharmacies in town. I mean, in general.
I can't speak to it specifically right this minute, but if you want to give me a minute, I can look some things up here.
I would say City Market and Walker's both. I mean, we would
Yeah.
know that they.
There's also,
And then there's
the hospital.
Right.
Yeah, the
hospital.
Oh,
that is all the pharmacies. I mean, there's no more.
Yes, I was just gonna say if Derek could speak to some of these questions really quick, because I know we're
And then
approaching the deadline, but if he could just basically answer some of those briefly, that might help.
Absolutely. So the first bullet point there, as I mentioned before, we have 71 contracted providers in Grand Junction and the hospital that is there also. We're always open to adding more, just dependent upon whether the doctors want to accept our fee schedule, our contract terms, and so forth. But if members have some they'd like us to reach out to, we can always reach out and see if they're interested. But as of right now, there's the 71 in the hospital. As far as pre-existing health conditions go, with the passing of the Affordable Care Act back in 2009, pre-existing conditions are no more. No health plan can apply pre-existing conditions. That's so none of our plans have that. PHP's coverage in other areas of the country. So we contract, and I apologize. They just changed their name. They just got purchased. It was MultiPlan. I just learned yesterday they got purchased by a new vendor, and their name escapes me right now. But
Clarative.
Clarative. Thank you, Rick. Clarative just purchased MultiPlan. And they are a nationwide network that we lease. So members that have they have dependents living out of state and so forth, they could just access that through our website. As far as the providers to use for hospital utilization, we just ask that you get pre-authorization with us, and we can steer them in the right direction as to which hospital to go to. It is important to note everybody on the plan, due to the No Surprises Act through the federal government, every emergency room in the country is covered in network. So last thing we want is somebody who needs emergency care to be looking to see what hospital they should go to. Get to the nearest hospital. You're covered in network. Let's see. How does PHP handle referred triggers, especially rheumatology and dermatology? We would handle that just like anything else. Any of our other providers, as long as they're using network providers, we would cover it as such. But we would just recommend you try to use our network providers. Visiting specialty providers from Colorado to our local hospital, and I guess you're talking about the Moab Hospital in Colorado.
Yes, that's
Docs from over
correct.
there. Is that what I'm?
That's correct, Derek.
Okay. So on that, the local hospital down there is covered. As far as how the providers might be covered, that would be dependent on the providers themselves. If they've already contracted with us, they would be in network. If not, there's a good chance they could be out of network. It just depends on each specific doc if they've if they've contracted with us or not. Moab Regional Hospital and Spanish Valley Clinic are both in network on both networks, the Advantage and the Summit. And then prescription coverage under PEHP. This is, again, as I mentioned before, our pharmacy benefits managers, Express Scripts, and we have the very unique contract with them. This is going to be the biggest disruption, as it always is when somebody's moving, just because you have the drug A that covers something, drug B covers something, the same thing, but there's a different contract with them. And that's about the biggest disruption you'll see is maybe one brand over another. But you'll see as far as what they cover, what they treat, things like that, you're going to see are similar. It just may be a different type of a different drug name rather than type.
I get a couple questions in.
Yes.
They're actually for you, Tess. First off is what amount of workload do you think it's on yourself?
I apologize. I didn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Derek. He directed that question towards me, so you're
I
okay.
apologize.
The workload in terms of if we switch over to PHP,
Correct.
it will be
Significant.
will be very, very significant. Both because we have to open enrollment will take a little bit more time, making sure that we're educating or just getting ready for open enrollment. Once we open enrollment, we're going to have to be doing a lot of very expedited education of staff so that they're able to make an informed decision on which plan they are going to select. And then on the back end of that, getting everything into our systems, both on the benefit side as well as the payroll side. It will be very, very, very strict.
And then the next is, so we talked a little bit about the refund right there. So that wouldn't be calculated into basically the cost. I know you said this year we're not receiving any type of.
We're not anticipating it. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And we're not.
In following years, there could be that refund that might bring those costs a little bit more in line.
Right. Yeah, and we're in the process of designing a more robust employee wellness program so that we have more of those preventive, proactive supports, tools, education resources, et cetera, so that folks continue to engage in that preventive care and continue to stay healthy.
And I've got one last one. Are there any requirements that we follow, any best practices and accept the lowest bid, or are we able to weigh the benefit? I mean, what's the statute, or is there a statute around this?
There's no statute. So all of the bids that we received they fall within those ACA, those Affordable Care Act requirements. And in terms of, that standard, we don't have the institutional knowledge to speak to that because we've been with Cigna since 2017. And we don't have anybody in the department that was here when they made the switch to Cigna and made those decisions to stay with Cigna from year to year.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, fine.
Subjective question. Seeing that we use this as part of our hiring practice. Benefits which is easier to hire with.
Well, I've never worked with PHP, so I can't speak to that. What I will say is maybe even more so than the coverage, the plan structure is ultimately what I think is a great recruitment tool. And by plan structure, I mean the fact that we have a high deductible plan that employees don't have to contribute any of the premium to, where they get, they get deposits in their HSA every single paid period. That I think is one of our strongest recruitment tools.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Quick last question. Will they be here for the discussion and around the vote also?
Yeah.
If there's further questions that come up?
Eric and Rick, I'll pass it over to you. Are you all able to stay on for a little bit longer with us?
Yes.
I can stay on as well.
I just see the potential for more questions, so. If nothing else, then I will call a brief recess and we will reconvene as close to 4 o'clock as we possibly can.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Really? Cool. All right, it is 4:02, and we will resume this commission meeting on October 21st of 2025 at 4:02 PM with Commissioners Hadeen present, Adler absent, McCurdy present, Commissioner McGann present, Commissioner Martinez present, Commissioner McCandless present, and myself, Commissioner Winfield, with County Attorney Stocks and Administrator Tyner. We will stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we will start off with our citizens to be heard. I've got folks both in the audience and online, and we will start in the chambers here. If you'd like to raise your hand and I will call you up one by one. And as you come up, please introduce yourself for the record so that the folks that are watching later or online are able to know who we're talking about in 3 minutes. And we try to give you a little bit of a warning so that you can get done and move on so that somebody else can speak. So I'm going to start right here on the right. And there were a whole bunch of arms that came up at the same time. Yes, either one. You have access to either one.
Okay, Michael Wolf, I live here in Moab. I'm here to comment about the Labyrinth Rims travel plan thing that appeared on the agenda beginning of the week, but there was no information. And then today, because I'm a retired person, I can sit at home, all this stuff starts getting put on the agenda. And so I would urge the commission to put any vote on this off till the next meeting, because the public has not had a opportunity to comment on it. And it, you know, supposedly you guys want to be transparent and open about things, but this doesn't look transparent. It looks like you've already got a plan on what you're going to do. So one of the letters I saw was from the subcommittee on motorized trails writing a letter to the commission suggesting with their suggestions, right? But the other, and then all these maps, but I worked with travel management. I worked for BLM to undo what was thousands of hours were spent analyzing all these routes. All parties were invited. We looked at every damn route, cow trail, everything out there. We had resource people looking at all the different resources that could be impacted. And, you know, we came to some decisions. And so, you know, we have hundreds, thousands of miles of open trails in this area. There's no shortage of trails. What pushed this management plan was there starting to be conflicts with users. People going down the river, down the Green River like peace and quiet. You don't need a road going out to every rim of the canyon. OHV and UTV users are notorious for not following rules. They don't just putt down the road. They go wham, 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 and scatter stuff all over. They're noisy. They intrude on people who enjoy public land for the way it is. So if there was a compromise, public lands are for the public. That means there's lots of user groups in the public. They're not for one user group. You have to share. You got to learn to share. And so therefore, you know, going back and trying to undo this travel plan that already was litigated in court, the judge threw it out. You have no, because it was done so thoroughly. I spent weeks in the BLM office sitting there analyzing everything. It's been so analyzed. Routes going to the same place. Oh, they go to the same place. We don't need two of them. Let's pick one. Oh, this is a cow trail. This is a seismic trail from 1980s. It doesn't go anywhere. So the process was very long and exhaustive. And so for you to all of a sudden, you know, oh, we want to support rescinding all those decisions, it's just, I don't like it at all. And, you know, you have to recognize there's more than just motor users, you know, there's other people that enjoy the land. Thank you.
I will add before we call anybody else up that this has been mandated and the BLM is going back in and looking at this. The decisions we make are the decisions of the commission, of course, up here, but everybody's voice can still be heard at the BLM. You're welcome to chime in. They have the option to still do that. Everybody should from both sides of the aisle. And so next. Chris, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chris Wilson. I'm the chair of the Economic Opportunity Advisory Board, but I'm here just on my own behalf as not speaking on behalf of the board today. I'm here to speak about the revisions on your agenda of the bylaws for the Economic Opportunity Advisory Board. The proposed bylaws were first put out last Friday for review, and then they've been revised a couple times since then, most recently about 3 p.m. today. In short, the revisions basically take away the duties of the board to advise the county on ways to improve economic development in the county. It instead has the board focus exclusively on grant management, on the state economic development grants management. I think that amounts to a loss of the support of our diverse group of board members they can provide to the county to support economic development. I've been in conversation with Commissioner McCandless, who's put forward this revisions, and I want to say publicly, I greatly appreciate her willingness to dialogue on this and have some back and forth and make some revisions based on our conversations. And I would just still ask you all to take this agenda item and table it for now so that more time can be given to that process of review and so that we can take them before the Economic Opportunity Advisory Board to get their thoughts on these before you all as a commission make a final decision on what the bylaws should be.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back.
Chair, commissioners, and stakeholders. I'm George Schultz, president of Red Rock Four Wheelers. Public lands hold promise and our freedoms. FLTMA requires multiple use and sustainable yield across recreation, ranching, minerals, wildlife, watershed, and historic values. That balance keeps America strong and independent. Here's the lens: today's present, tomorrow's past. The routes we drive, the wells and windmills that we maintain, and the events we host will be our heritage that our grandkids inherit. Closure erases these, not only from the landscape, but from time and our own history. Let's zoom in on what's before you tonight. Labyrinth Rims. We applaud your draft letter. Using the Legacy Road and Trail Act, Explorer Act, and Executive Order 14313, it pairs well with stewardship and economic growth. You documented the reality. Over 317 miles closed in 2023, nearly 1,000 in 2008. 621 miles left, often lacking connectivity, and 44% drop in our tax revenues from OHV since 2023. We support reopening the targeted and limited routes, and we ask the BLM, consistent with Executive Order 14314, to replace broad closures with targeted fixes, and to keep this timely. Follow Executive Order 14154. And run an efficient schedule for reassessment. The Red Rock Four Wheelers will also file our public comments with the BLM. It aligns well with the county's priorities and MTC map, including our Easter Jeeps routes. Name the specifics, what you do in your draft. Additionally, we recommend opening 3D Tusher, Lost World Terrace, 10-mile rim. These are established Red Rock Four Wheelers EJS routes and SRP routes. If any of these aren't in the county or MTC list, we respectfully ask that you add them. The Motorized Recreation Initiative. It's on the agenda tonight. While we welcome the Chamber's business aligned marketing, this effort needs and requires county leadership with the State of Utah Club Code at the table. The Red Rock Four Wheelers would also welcome a seat at the table and a county and state working group as a stakeholder participant for the future of building a solid foundation for motorized recreation and multiple use access in the county. A living example of what you already know. Planned in 66, launched in 67 by the Chamber, pre-FLTMA, Easter Jeep Safari is a living historical stewardship and socio-economic engine. It's public lands management done right. We're not radicals, we're responsible. Beyond one event, these principles apply countywide. Let's respect and actively assert RS 2477 rights. And finally, access underpins safety and national security, from fire and search and rescue to infrastructure and our domestic resource supply. Our grandparents did not foresee lithium, and their parents didn't foresee. Let's not lock away what our grandchildren will need to secure our country's future and their access. Utilization is stewardship, and it's required under FLTMA. couple of asks we have real quick. We want you to reaffirm multiple use, including motorized access in the county with respect to RS 2477, especially in the general plan. File the lab with RIMS letter with those specificities intact. Launch a county-led motorized recreation initiative, state and local agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Very good.
Good. I don't have all the numbers that George has. My name is Charlene Bowder and I live out on Beeman Road. But I do travel around the country and I just got back from a long trip, which is why you guys haven't seen me in a couple months. And the data that I'm bringing back is Moab is still not up to our off-road standards. We're still getting a lot of negative comments about how Moab is closed and not welcoming to the off-road community. You guys have some amazing opportunities tonight to show that in a different light, right? So we have the support of the opening the BLM routes. We have the support of the UTV enthusiasts, and we also have the support of those big, large events that are on the list tonight. And I really hope that each one of you takes that as a thought process, because everybody has a political agenda here. And the political agenda is to increase Moab's economy. And if we have a negative group that is still sitting out there, how can we bring that group back in here? And this is a great opportunity tonight to absolutely say, off-roaders, we're welcoming you, hikers, bikers, every single category. This BLM conversation is not just about off-road. It's about all the horse people, the hikers, the bikers, every single group that wants to access all of our public lands. So I appreciate you guys. It's great to see you all again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. And just real quick before the next one takes her seat here, why the 24th is the end of the opportunity to for your voice to be heard by the BLM. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Cora Phillips. I serve as the Executive Director for the Moab Chamber of Commerce. The Moab Chamber of Commerce is focused on 3 priorities: strengthening our local economy, supporting businesses through training and grants, and creating pathways for businesses to give back to our community. One key segment we've identified as the off-road recreation. To better support this group, we're working to implement best practices for marking and marketing OHV routes. Our goal is to improve the visitor experience so when people visit, they have a great time, learn along the way, and are inspired to return. This project will roll out in phases. Phase 1 involves working closely with the side-by-side community to identify beginner, intermediate, and expert routes on existing roads. Phase 2 will address any needed trailhead improvements. Through this project, visitors will be able to match their skill level to the right route to grow in the sport with each visit. We're asking the county to support this project as we work to identify beginner, intermediate, and advanced loops. With your partnership, we can make Moab more enjoyable and more welcoming for the off-road community while strengthening our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, anybody? Yes, Mary.
Mary O'Brien of Castle Valley. Looking at your proposed letter, I would suggest that you drop paragraphs 4 and 5 because they apply equally to non-motorized use of the trails and have nothing to do with restoring motorized vehicles to the trails. In the 6th paragraph, I would suggest you drop the 2nd sentence, which says that the 2023 reanalysis, which was the basis of extensive public comment and analysis, says which was fueled by the political influence of expanding wilderness groups and marred by questionable practices and self-dealing. That's simply not factually true. I would suggest you drop that. In the next paragraph, the 7th, you say critics of access have been quick to point out that hundreds of miles of routes are still open. They aren't critics of access. They're concerned with motorized redundant routes and small feeder routes and routes in particularly sensitive candidates. So calling them critics of access is again not factual. And in the last paragraph, these routes are not economically vital. That's simply factually false. And finally, out of the experience of this being revealed, these wording being revealed to the public the day before, about the day before you're voting, I would really suggest that the Grand County Commission establish a rule that if you're going to post an agenda item, you post the background documents at least 3 days before the meeting, unless it was for logistical purposes impossible. This is happening again and again and again, that the majority on this commission is trying to slide through unpopular, unfactual policies and letters with no time for the public to comment. And it's appalling process. And finally, and I have sent you studies regarding the $10,000 you're going to throw at Rainmaker technology. You're not going to get 20% increase in rain in percent. You're not going to get 15%. You're not going to get 5%. With the extensive controlled studies, it shows that you're likely to get minuscule, if anything, if you have the correct type of storms. And on top of that, with the technology, you will never know whether you got anything for that 10,000, and they're seeking 10,000 from Moab taxpayers as well, who also live in Grand County, that are going to bear $10,000 of tax payer money. I don't know if any of you looked into the claims of Rainmaker technology. He was throwing numbers around 15%, 5%, 10%, 20%. Did any of you look into the factual reality of that? And I have sent you data on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, in the back row. And Pete, I'll get you next.
My name's Allison Mathis. I'm a homeowner here in Grand County, and I also happen to own a Jeep. And even after the closures in 2023, there are more than enough roads. I will never drive most of the roads. It has not decreased my access, but what it has increased, the closures of these roads, is I can park and I can get away from the noise, particularly of the side-by-sides and the motorbikes, a little bit better than I could before. And so I support the closures. They've improved the protection of the land here, probably also better for wildlife habitat and stuff like that. And as I said, I own a Jeep. It hasn't impaired my experience of public lands around Moab and in Grand County at all. I also want to, as previous speakers mentioned, the lack of transparency, although you guys, particularly the chair in particular, keeps talking about transparency. You're not putting the information out for the public to be able to be involved. And I think it is just wrong. And I also want to echo that the 2023 plan was a long, thoughtful plan with a lot of public input and serious analysis, and the county and the current version of the administration federally wants to just undo it. Regarding cloud seeding, you know, instead of throwing money at things that are dubious at best, how about doing something logical and proven to work to conserve water, like sod removal? incentives. I mean, common sense, you can throw money away or you could do something common sense. I also want to talk about, and unless I missed it, there's nothing in this agenda meeting that we are in the middle of a shutdown. And there are federal employees here who are being hurt by this. There are all sorts of citizens who are not getting services that we need. And to have nothing on the agenda about this massive shutdown with no end in sight because one political party refuses to even negotiate, and one chamber's not even in session, which is just so outlandish. People are being hurt, people are losing their services that they need, and a large issue around this is healthcare premiums going way, 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 way up. And what are you going to do to help the residents of this county deal with these massive impacts to what their healthcare costs? Many people losing healthcare costs, and our hospital also losing support as a result of that and experiencing financial hardship. So the fact that there's nothing that I know of on this agenda about the shutdown is kind of like ignoring the elephant in the living room. Thank you.
Pete, you're next.
My name is Pete Gross. It's always hard to follow some people like that. I wholeheartedly agree with what Allison Mathis and Mary O'Brien and Mike Wolf said. Absolutely, I cannot articulate it as well, but I do have some things to add. Regarding cloud seeding, it's very simple. There's a certain amount of water vapor in the atmosphere. It cycles through. The residence time for water vapor is about 9 days. All the cloud seeding do, it's a zero-sum game. If you don't have the precipitation in one place, or if you increase it in one place, you're decreasing it from somewhere else. And besides all the facts that Mary pointed out, it's just an absurd plan, let alone throwing money at it. Regarding the travel plan, Michael Wolf stated much more eloquently than I can. My former boss, a guy named Martin Litton, used to chastise his Dave Brower that the BLM plan already was a compromise plan. My boss would chastise Dave Brower saying, Dave, we compromised too much already. What are we going to compromise with next time? The thing we saved this time? Stick with the plan as done. You don't need to change it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We want to go to somebody online.
You can. Rich Klein is online.
We'll go to online and then we'll get back to you. Rich, please.
Yes, I want to say thank you for taking me. I'm Rich Klein, president of an event called Trail Hero here in Washington County, calling in support of George Schultz and the Red Rock Four Wheelers, as well as the Moab Chamber OHV initiative. From our own dealings, both in Washington County and in Grand County, we've seen and dealt with people who are of special needs and veterans who utilize the therapeutic benefits of motorized access due to these events and these vehicles. And when you think about the idea that public lands are for the public, we actually completely agree. We agree that it's for all of the public, including those with disabilities. And a lot of these motorized vehicles are these people's legs. They can't jump on a horse, ride a bike, go for a hike. They need motorized access to experience those therapeutic benefits that Moab is one of only few places to be able to offer. With that being said, off-roading or the land itself is not just to able-bodied people. We've worked specifically with Grand County in providing motorized access to people with special needs that had never, ever had the chance to experience what Moab had to offer as far as off-roading was concerned. They'd never gotten a chance to experience the arches or anything outside of the valley itself. And we felt like that was pretty sad. I've been attending Moab every year during EJS and other times of the year since 1998. And when you close lands down because of groups like SUA, who initially want lands closed to all people, not just motorized access, but eventually it'll be horse riders and bike riders and hikers as well. And they've actually come out publicly and said this only a short couple years ago. When you do that and you start giving them inches, you eventually take or lose miles. And as someone from the other side of the state, we are in full support of all the off-road events and those that support motorized access to the outdoors, specifically to people with special needs and veterans. When you close down certain routes, that impacts people. They don't get the same opportunities that able-bodied people do. And we appreciate your guys' support and the continuation of that. So additionally, all these events give economic impact to the area, which is pretty vast. And when you start closing down routes, that gives people fewer reasons to attend events, fewer reasons to spend money in the area, and then of course fewer experiences available as well. So appreciate your guys' time. Thanks for having me on, and hope the best for you guys, and good luck to the Red Rock four-wheelers and all in favor of extending off-road use in Grand County. Thank you.
Thank you. And Angela, are you on to speak at Citizens to be Heard? Please.
Yeah, I am. So hello, my name is Angie Book, and I'm a Grand County employee and one of the county's department heads. I would like to speak tonight regarding the decision on changing the medical. As the commission decides this evening regarding the medical, I would like to ask that you take a deep consideration on how impactful this could be on an employee and their family. I'm currently under medical care and receiving treatment that requires me to see doctors and specialists in Colorado. I'm currently in the middle of treatment, and this will cause an immense amount of stress mentally and financially if my medical changes, along with the need to find new doctors and educate these doctors on my treatment plan. I also have a child with severe asthma and requires multiple inhalers. These medications are extremely expensive with Cigna. With Cigna, these inhalers are manageable to attain. As a department head, I currently have 2 staff members that will need to look into other employment opportunities if the medical coverage is also to change. One of the sought after benefits of being a Grand County employee is the benefits that are offered. New hires consider the county's benefit package when receiving a job offer, and it's definitely a perk that counters some of the pay for some of the positions. So I urge the commission to vote to stay with our current medical coverage Cigna tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's anybody else online, and I will get to you when we, sir, in the front row there, when we get done online. Yes, Bob, please.
Yeah, Bob O'Brien, Castle Valley, and I'm opposed to the letter on the agenda that recommends changes to the 2023 Labyrinth Gemini Bridges travel plan. This plan was adopted in 2023 after several years of public process with input from a range of stakeholders and the Bureau of Land Management, and of course, based on much research. So I think it's had a great deal of public participation at that time. Now, with little time for review and public input, it is proposed that the county will write a letter that would roll back the heart of the plan, a plan that allows several hundred miles of travel for OHVs, but additionally offers enhanced protection for wildlife and cultural resources. This proposed letter encourages BLM to ignore its role in protecting wildlife on this land and the cultural and historic resources. I'm going to urge each of the commissioners to vote no on sending this letter. Such a vote would reassure your constituents that our county commission believes in the protection of wildlife and cultural resources on our public land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also got Jeff Swanson.
Jeff Swanson, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would.
Please go ahead, introduce yourself, and it's all yours.
My name is Jeff Swanson. I would like to share some experiences I've had in the past and the present and what might be the future as it comes to arches. My family and I come to Moab 2 to 3 times a year. Arches is almost always on our list of things to do. In the past, we would go to Arches, and my kids laugh about it now, but those signs on the side of the road that say an hour from this point, an hour and a half from this point, 2 hours from this point, we laugh now because we drive right by them. Once timed entry started, we could get in a reasonable amount of time. We could find parking everywhere we wanted to go. We might have to wait a minute or two, but we could find parking, get in, hike in a nice, not very crowded atmosphere and see everything. Well, that all was really nice and we enjoyed it. Well, yesterday we came, and because of the government shutdown, we didn't have to show our timed entry permits, but also we had to circle the parking lots. We had to skip things we wanted to do because there was no parking. We had to wait in line in non-moving traffic because people would wait for someone to leave, and you'd move up one car length and somebody else would be waiting for someone to leave. We spent way more time in our car yesterday than we ever spent hiking to Arches, that we love to do. I really, really enjoy Arches. My kids love Arches. I think it's something that everybody ought to have the chance to see, and it's not a big deal. I've never not been able to get a timed entry ticket the day I wanted, the time I wanted. It takes a little tiny bit planning ahead, but yesterday was an eye-opener. We couldn't stop where we wanted to. Finally, on the way home around 4 p.m, we found a parking spot at Park Avenue because nobody was coming in. So finally, the very first thing you get to in the park, we could find a parking spot for. And we finally got to do one thing without waiting and waiting and waiting all day. I think timed entry was a blessing for this town. It made it worth going to. It made it fun to come to. My kids used to complain, are we really going there again? Because we come all the time. Are we really going to wait and sit in the car and try to find a parking spot? It's tough, and I understand, but from the outsider's point of view, time entry makes Arches a much better place. Thank you very much for allowing me to give you my input. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got Simone Griffin, I believe, online.
Simone, are you online to speak at Citizens to be Heard? Anyone else online to speak at Citizens to be Heard? All right, we will go with the gentleman in the front row.
I'm John Kovash, 25-year resident. I also concur that this doesn't seem very transparent to have a last-minute hurried effort to redo the 2023 decision. It seems I'm highly skeptical that in a quick whirlwind of activity, you could do better on participation with the public and arriving at something that was acceptable to your constituents. And so I also urge you not to make any kind of vote today, because I heard about this draft letter, could not find it anywhere. I have no idea, so ultimately I have no idea what I'm commenting on. But I would just like to address, for years and years now, the Blue Ribbon Coalition and all its compatriot groups have had two major talking points. One is my disabled grandma needs to be able to drive to absolutely any remote corner of the outback, no matter where it is. Forget whether this land is sensitive and this land isn't or whatever. And I guarantee you that if somebody brings their disabled grandma to Moab, even if they're here for 2 or 3 weeks, there are so many places they can already go with grandma that this is just a farcical point. I mean, it's just a smoke screen. The other is, oh, we bring so much money to town and you're going to lose all the money that we bring. that doesn't hold a candle to the money we lose from all the people they drive away. You know, and I think I'm pretty typical of every single person I know from out of state says, I don't come here anymore because of the ATVs. And nobody's ever done a formal study on this, but I guarantee if they did, it would be shocking how many people we drive away by not taming the situation here. And then just finally, I'd like to say, I've never been in Labyrinth Canyon, but I watched the videos that have been circulating recently, and I was just blown away by what a special place this is. I mean, this close to Moab, a place that is still that pristine, still that unspoiled. It would just be the saddest thing there is to allow that to just become part of the motor den. And so I mean, I beg you to not do anything, but if you do, please at least wait another week or two before you make any kind of votes.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sam Cunningham. I was a former county commissioner. I sit on as a co-chair of Grand Conservation District, who do not specifically speak about this, but I'm talking on general terms about agriculture in the south part of a beautiful valley that is not what it was. And I'm talking about how it could still remain somewhat that way. When we moved here in 1982, I know my coworkers when I went to work said, my goodness, have you gone out there in Poverty Flats? Have you got a house in Poverty Flats? And don't you know, that's all ag and it's ranch and it's farm. And what are you doing out there? There are not very many houses. And I certainly understand why there aren't very many houses at that time and why there are now. And who can say anything about that in Moab? Because we all love our place. We like to share it with other people. There's nothing wrong with that. And at that time, there was 1 house to 1 acre, almost universally. And the people enjoyed a rural way of life. They came for a rural way of life. Well, we've passed that point. All I ask you is make appropriate sightings. I know you have several things either on this agenda or they're going to be recused to another agenda, such as the water tank and there's another land as well. And I understand that we have to make provisions for water. We have to make provisions for the people who want to move here. That's certainly understandable. And I think everybody in town can agree with that. But I don't think we can agree with what is appropriate and what is not. And if you put something inappropriate in a place that could be better used for something else, you've not only misused that property, but as you can see, there are a number of people that don't feel that those sites are appropriate, despite the fact that you group may. And so I want to say that I know you have public meetings. I know that you have opportunities right now for the public to speak. And that's an opportunity for the public, again, to speak, to have a voice. But please, I ask you, it's your job also to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please, sir.
My name is Dave Hellman. I'm the owner of Extreme 4x4 Tours, Moab Scenic Adventures in Moab. I'm also the 4x4 rep for the Motorized Trails Committee of Grand County. I came here today, actually learned some stuff since I've been in here. It's pretty nice. But I came here today to talk about the BLM letter and the trails and all that. And I want to say that I've explored some of that area. I haven't explored all of it. I would really like to be able to take my kids someday to some of the overlooks that got closed. From what I understand, they're not trying to reopen all the mileage that was closed, just certain specific ones that will help with shared access. And I heard somebody saying about disabled old grandma. There's a lot of young disabled military vets and a lot of other people that are in their twenties that are missing legs and missing arms, and the way for them to get access back to those backlands is by some kind of motorized mechanism, whether it's bikes or four-wheel drive, Jeeps are required. But also, I've been on the river, I've been up on the tops of the canyons, and the people in canoes down in the rivers, that they're using that as an excuse. Unless you're standing on the very edge of the canyon looking down at them, they can't see you. If you're back in a safe camping distance away, the people on the river will never see the people on top. The noise on top doesn't carry down into the canyon like the noise in the canyon carries back up to the top. I've been up at the top of Hell's Revenge on a regular basis. You can hear everything in town. You can be in town on midnight. If there's side-by-sides coming off Hell's Revenge, you cannot hear them. So the noise thing there, I disagree with that. I think that certain things should be open. I know that, I believe they're not opening all of them. Some of them were old cow trails and old mining exploration roads. Yeah, keep those closed, but I think it's fair that people say we want to share. Well, let's open up a few more that make sense to open up. And I know that there was a lot of study done. Anyways, the other one, the commission with the UTV doing the signage and doing the hard medium, I think that's a great program. I agree with that. I think that should be a go forward thing with. And what I learned today was I didn't realize the county was going to spend tax on having our skies sprayed with chemtrails. And like, I have kids here, and since the government shut down, the sky has been cleared and we've gotten rain. And I think it's an absolute waste of our local tax money to pay the government to poison us. That's all I gotta say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anybody else? And yes, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Wes Ussery. I live on the south side of Moab. I am in absolute favor of keeping all of our trails open. A lot of us use these trails. I see this gentleman here wearing his mountain biking gear. He needs those trails, and I support you and being a coach for the team here. Thank you very much. The other thing is we got to keep a clear discussion path forward. And this means keeping the opinions of yourself until a decision is made. Keep that off of public forums. Going back to opening up the BLM land, like Rich Klein stated, they're asking for an inch. It's going to turn into a mile. And it not only, I hear a lot of comments about wildlife and culture. We're looking at keeping the current roads open and not creating new roads. So those are already established roadways. And it has a lot bigger benefit for not only us as the typical day-to-day users, but also for our tourism industry and our people that hunt and fish. And, you know, we've had a lot of discussions that are strictly just off-road highway use vehicles only, but we're not taking into consideration the outdoorsmen as well. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got Simone Griffin back online.
Okay, Simone, are you online to speak at Citizens to be Heard?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Sorry about that. My name is Simone Griffin. I am the policy director for Blue Ribbon Coalition, and I want to, on behalf of our members, which we represent hundreds of thousands of members across all 50 states, and if they have not visited Moab yet, it is a bucket list item for them. Our members, our supporters, they love Moab and they want to be able to recreate there. And we want to add our support to what George Schultz has previously said in Red Rock Four Wheelers. And we strongly support the commission in voting to send this letter to the BLM. We highly recommend that the BLM does reopen these routes. They provide various cultural and economic benefits. People have mentioned recreational value for some of the routes, and routes that may not have recreational value for you may have some for others. And so we shouldn't be putting ourselves and the BLM and our public land into a box. We believe that these routes provide valuable recreation experience, and it's time that the BLM is up to date with the Explore Act that mandates agencies such as the BLM to expand motorized recreation. There's also proposed legislation that is the Outdoor Americans with Disabilities Act, and if passed, this plan would have to become in compliance with that legislation also. So this is a good starting place to do that. And just current administrative goals and priorities, it's important that they reopen these routes. Another thing to note is that the Endangered Species Act, the definition of takings is being reconsidered, and that's also going to affect the environmental and wildlife and habitat aspect of this plan, that there's not sufficient data that there's real taking and it's of these species on this land. And so these routes can and should be reopened. We highly support and recommend the commission in sending this letter, and we are appreciative of this letter and want to work with the commission moving forward to see these routes reopened. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
I think that's it for online.
Okay, anybody else in the chamber? Going once, going twice, all right, we will move on. Thank you, everybody. Let's see, we will move into our general business action items, starting with commission member disclosures, if anyone has any. Mike.
My wife works for the sheriff's department.
Okay, anyone else have anything? Yes, Mary.
My son works for SAC.
Okay, anybody? All right, moving on, we will move on to the consent agenda item. Then one, starting off here, we have approval of the meeting minutes from October 7, 2025. Ratification of payment of bills. Total bills, $895,113.74. Total payroll, $299,716.34, with the total bills and payroll of $1,194,830.08. Ratification of emergency purchase of the county phone system. D, indemnification release for the Alta ski lifts. E, approval of quote with APCO International for Intellicom dispatch software. F, release of the 1-year maintenance bond for the Arawara subdivision. Hope I'm not butchering that. G, the Grand County Sheriff's Office Court Security Chief job description revision. H, ratification of grant application from the Utah Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice. And I, 2026 County Fire Warden Agreement. Yes.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
Motion by Commissioner McCandless, seconded by Commissioner McCurdy. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Was that
Consent agenda, yeah.
yes? All right, with all present. And so we will move on to item number 4. Moab Office of Tourism, travel show attendance, expense approval. There's Ally
Hi.
Hartford to help us. Thank you.
Yes. So usually our travel show registration has been in our pre-authorized list. But these two are not. So we would like to go. The first one is ITB in Berlin. It's in March. And it's a travel show very similar to IPW, where we meet with European travel agents and tour operators to talk about Moab. And we've gone to this one before. And we usually go with Visit USA and the UOT. So we work like through the UOT's German rep. And then the second one is new. It's a recommendation from our PR agency to attend Trav Media's International Media Marketplace. So it works very similarly to these other international travel shows where we'll go and we'll have appointments with media. In the past, journalists from like Travel and Leisure, Condé Nast Traveler, New York Times have gone, and we'd love to meet with them. PR is a lot about relationships, and so we hope that multiple stories would come out of each appointment that we have.
Yes, Jacques.
I move to approve the request for travel show expenses for the ITB and Trav Media IMM.
Motion by Commissioner Hadler, I apologize, Jacques, and seconded by Commissioner McGann. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Holly. And moving on, we will start off here with the 2026 Employee Health Insurance Selection. Tess Barger. And I do see that we've got our two folks to greet still online there, Tess, if there's anything we need from them.
So to start, to clarify some of the information provided in the presentation was specifically geared to our medical insurance plan. The reason for that is because our dental and vision plans, we received a 0% renewal rate guaranteed for 2 years on both of those. And that is through Cigna. So we didn't recommend to make any changes to that. We've generally received feedback. So there's no need for us to make that change. Additionally, we have a number of voluntary and supplemental plans that we offer to staff. And so we're also recommending that we keep all of those plans as is. So again, really what we have been discussing this evening is specific to our medical insurance. I'm just getting logged back in. And so for this discussion, what I wanted to ensure is that particularly while we do still have Derek Applegate with EHP as well as Rick Stewart with GBS benefits here, there are any questions that we were not able to address during the presentation, if we're able to go ahead and ask those questions of them. And then I have a few additional moderated questions I was going to ask of Derek specifically. Are there any questions that we weren't able to either answer or to fully, yes?
Yes.
Well, just something that I was realizing since our last meeting on October 7th, is we were expecting that Cigna was going to increase by 8.77. And after these renegotiations and continued, it's now an increase of 4.78%. So I really appreciate all of the work that you've done. And I think that that's a really good number to go with. I mean, I would make a motion and then we can have a discussion. So I'm going to make a motion that we renew with Cigna, which is our current insurance carrier, with a renewal rate of 4.78%, which would be an annual increase of $143,969.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Commissioner McCandless, second by Commissioner Hadler, and I will open it up for discussions. We'll start with Trish.
Yeah, that would be great.
Dean?
I did a little bit of research today, and the average renewal rate on the open market, which I understand this is not, is 18%. The average for employers is about 6%. But right now, I read an article from September 25, US Health and World News, states that going into 26, it's going to be the highest rise in it for employers as far as health insurance premiums in 15 years, 9% average. So kind of reiterating that they're well below that due to just pricing pressures, utilization rates, et cetera, and so on. And the last thing I want to say is, I think it's imperative, and I think we've heard from a couple of employees regarding this. The way to keep good employees is to offer competitive pay, to offer a nice place to work, and to provide comprehensive benefits. And I have PHP through the school district. I have issues with PHP, but I put money away in an HSA that kind of compensates, but I personally put that money away to compensate for those issues with PHP. I don't want our employees to have to do that. I want them to know that they have solid insurance and that covers themselves and their family. And so I'm going to vote with you, Mel. Yeah, I'm assuming that's how you're going to vote. Maybe not, but you make the motion.
Against your own motion.
Anybody else? Mary?
It's the percentage that is going up is pretty good. And my experience, because I was under a different insurance company and then it moved PHP, and I think when you move to any insurance company, not just PHP, but what ends up is they end up increasing their percentage until it finally is a wash with what we started with. And Cigna has been working well for our employees, and it's a big deal to change an insurance company. I mean, if anybody's been in that situation, making sure you have the doctors and things change. I mean, all of a sudden you can't go to the orthopedic person you were going to, and it's disruptive. And I would, with this low of a percentage, I would like to keep our employees, not having to go through those hiccups that will undoubtedly happen if we switch insurance.
Yes, Commissioner Hadler.
I'm one of those who has to provide their own insurance for my wife and my 2 kids, and we shop in the open market every single year and switch frequently, and it's a pain. I think both these plans are decent, and I very much applaud our HR department for all the work and energy that's gone into really finding a good solution either way. So thanks, Tess, for all your effort. But I think that this is one of the biggest reasons, one of the best reasons to come and work in Grand County and to retain employees, and not having to change plans is a big bonus. And thanks to everyone who's made this work.
Yes.
Once again, just thank Tess for going out and do this work. We asked to try to find ways to reduce the overhead of the county right now. That you went out and looked at something that was that could really reduce it. And coming in at 8% to start with, and then going through this whole negotiation process and coming out at 4%. I think, like Commissioner McCandless had said, I think is a big deal. And I don't know if that would have happened had we not gone out and put this out for bid. With that being said, is we're still looking at $250,000 of savings, right, with this. And when we look at that, I mean, I see these benefits and I see the changes, and the reason I had so many questions, right, is because, I mean, do these changes equal the people that we might have to lose, right? The adjustments that we're making that we're talking about in the policy, so that people can not have to work full time and still make these adjustments in these offices, so that we can meet the revenues that are coming in right now. These are some of the tough choices that we're being faced with as we're coming in, and I think that this is all it gets back to previous years of talking down our economy. I think that if our economy was running strong, and we had money coming in and we were on an increase, I think it wouldn't be such a hard decision. But with the way that our revenues have been looking and the current trends, I mean, this makes this a very difficult decision. As I've looked at the coverages, they do look very similar right there. And I'm still trying to look and find the main pain points right there or switching right now. I know that we've talked about there's a 7% increase with PHP in 2027, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't switch back again in 2027. If I understand that it's hard, and I did, yeah, you're okay, yeah, and that was why I asked that question. It was how difficult this is gonna be for your office, right? But with that said, I mean, I do agree with both Commissioner Hadeen and Commissioner Hadler on the importance benefits for the people at the county. Me, myself, I mean, I just got health insurance 2 years ago, right? Like I've lived without health insurance my whole life. You know, I mean, and I think that there's a lot of people here in Grand County who are that same way, right? And so when we're talking about this, we have to realize, I think, you know, the people that we're representing, right? That there's a lot of people that are out here paying property taxes, right? That don't have health insurance themselves. So I just want to kind of put a couple of those things out there, and thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I just want to make sure that it would be my second turn, so I don't want.
Commissioner Hadeen, please go ahead.
Okay, you guys are good. I'm gonna push back a little bit on Brian. I agree. I think we're deep into the budgeting process and we do need to be making cuts, but as of yet, it's not really happening, and we keep spending money in random ways, and we have one on the agenda tonight. And so I think we need to start prioritizing what is important. And to me, the employees are at the top of my list in taking care of our employees. So if we need to start cutting travel budgets, if we need to start cutting random spends that we're not sure where that money goes, that's where we need to start hacking, so that it's not, it wouldn't take us that much to absorb this within our budget, this increase. By making some minor changes, which we're still not doing. I mean, some departments have done a really good job. But I think we need to look at ourselves and see what we can do.
Anyone else? Yes, Commissioner.
I'd just like to add that, just heard that. So what you just mentioned right there, Commissioner, you would add up to $45,000. We're talking about.
I mean, I could go on. I agree, but they're little things.
Would, thank you.
Yeah. That's $45,000. This is $250,000.
It was an example.
Okay,
Thank you.
So I just wanted to just point that out right there, that it is going to be difficult, and these are tough choices, no matter if it's, you know, cutting travel budgets that are going out, trying to bring money back into this community, or that's, you know, a cloud sync program that's being funded by the state.
Anybody else? All right, I will close up and then call for a vote. I too see a need to take care of our employees here. I know, Tess, you've done a lot of work on this, and I appreciate the workshop that we had here prior to the commission meeting, but I think that if we were to do this again, that we should probably hold some workshops for the employees to kind of get them to where they understood and a lot of their questions were answered maybe in advance. I know that it answered a ton of my questions, and I think that if they had the chance to sit down and go over some of this, they might have seen where we're at the end of the day. I feel like we're very close to apples here, but I don't think that they feel that way. And I'm going to support, you know, I agree with all the commissioners that want to support our staff here. I do as well. I don't see any reason to bring up travel budgets, or we can talk about trying to increase the snow level here, all of these minuscule things. That's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with our employees and the fact that they still feel more comfortable on Cigna right now. And I think that's the way that I'm going to have to go. So I'm going to support that. But if we do look at this again next year, I think we've really got to engage them a lot more and show them exactly what we're looking at. So I appreciate all your time and effort for everything we've done in here, as well as I think Mark was pretty heavily involved in this as well. So thank you. And with that, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of Melody's motion to stay with Cigna? Those opposed? Passes with one opposed, Commissioner Martinez. Moving on to item number 6, the 2026 high impact special events ready for review with Jenabeth Jones.
And thanks to you guys staying online, even though we didn't have any more questions.
It's at least at the top of the agenda.
Yeah, I didn't, thank you for catching that.
My name is Jenny Beth Jones. I'm the special events coordinator. And I'm just presenting, looks like we have 6 events ready for approval in 2026. Starting out with Cruise Moab on April 13th through the 18th. It's a 28-year recurring event for the 4-wheel drive Toyota vehicles and enthusiasts. Mostly takes place at Osta. Next is the Red Rock Rally, coming back up again, April 23rd through the 25th. Again, taking place at Osta. We have the CO2 UT gravel race taking place on April 25th. It is a recurring event of 6 years. It's a cycling event that starts and ends in Fruta. And then moving on to May, we have the Trans Rockies Bike Fest. So this one, they are combining a couple of their events this time around, and it's April 30th through May 4th. It's a recurring event of 12 years. The C10 Red Rock Retreat, which was new to us last year. However, their entire event is a charity benefit for search and rescue. And it mostly takes place in the city, but they do a cruise down the river road to Red Cliffs Lodge. And then the final one is not until September. It's the 19th through the 21st. The Skinny Tire Fall Festival. This one's a recurring event of 25 years. And it's a 3-day road cycling event. Pretty straightforward. Any questions?
Mr. McCurdy.
Like to make the motion. Motion that we approve the high impact special events as presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner McCurdy, seconded by Commissioner Martinez. Discussion? Yes, no.
I do just want to comment just because we had on our last high impact meeting, we had the Red Rock Rally in here. And it is going to be during the car show, and I do have that concern, so I'm hoping that they're listening somewhere and that we are going to make sure that to encourage their participants to not drag Maine with our old car show, but they're getting a 2-for-1. You know, they get to come to Moab and go Red Rock rallying, but they also get to be here during one of our most awesome events, which is the car show. And I would hate to have that. You know, next year the date wouldn't be open for that if that's the case. So anyways, I just want to put that out there.
I didn't catch you.
I think Mike was first.
Mike,
Am I first?
I think so. And then Jacques.
You know, I'm gonna like what Mel said, Commissioner McCandless said today, but I'm gonna encourage the C10 Rock Retreat to cruise Maine during their event also. So, because pretty awesome trucks out there.
Commissioner Hadler and then Commissioner Hadid.
I want to state, I'm in favor of 5 of these events. I'm not in favor of the Red Rock Rally at that particular time. If they stayed to their June date, I would vote to approve. I think it's a much more appropriate time for them to be in town. I think I love car show. I'm stoked about it every year. It's also one of the very noisiest events that we have, and any UTV event town is also going to be very noisy. When you pile those on top of each other for a weekend, I think it's going to be, put a burden on visitors and residents alike. So I'm not going to vote for the motion as presented. I'm fairly certain it'll pass anyway, so I'm not even going to bother to make a substitute motion to approve the other 5. And I hope that the Red Rock Rally can figure out a better date next time. I also want to say with these special events, it's not always a net gain. I mean, there's plenty of people who don't come to town during, especially a motorized event. back when I was running the bike shop for years, people would specifically call and ask, and again, I very much support the Easter Jeep Safari, but frequently my customers would call and ask when Jeep Safari was, because they didn't want to come to Moab that week. And a lot of times they just didn't come to Moab because it didn't work out. It conflicted. And that is what it is. But when we have these big cloud events that clash with other users, it's not, you don't get, it's not a net, we don't get 450 people from Red Rock Rally here. Without losing other people coming to town. So I just want to point that out. I'm done.
Mary.
I was.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Hedin and then Commissioner McGann.
I'm going to agree with Jacques, and I want to make it very clear that every time the Red Rock Rally has come up for a vote, I have voted for it. But this time I'm not, because of laying over the top of car show. I think it's a really, I think it's a bad move. Hopefully it's not. I mean, hopefully if it occurs, we say, oh, there was no conflicts and it was fine and they weren't dragging Maine along with all the old cars. But anyways, I guess we'll just see if it does pass tonight. But I will not vote for it because of laying over the top of car show. That's simply the only reason.
Commissioner McGann.
I share the concern of it like being in the same weekend of the car show. Because, it's going to bring, the car show weekend is extremely busy. And restaurants become extremely busy. Hotel, and I believe that if we add more people onto the already large number of people that are coming to town, what it's going to do is sour the event for both events. Because they're going to be waiting for an hour to two to get into restaurants. They're going to be, it's going to just, I remember one weekend years ago that before we started really looking at our events, we had two large events accidentally happen on the same weekend or without awareness. And it was scary. I mean, I remember pedestrians coming close to being hit. I mean, the problems in all the parking lots from City Market to Walker Drug to Village Market parking lots. I mean, there was just so many people that became a safety hazard. I support the Red Rock event. I would, I just am really concerned about it being on the same weekend as the car show. And I'm really sad that we have all these events here and two on one weekend without any in June or July. That we go from May and I understand it's hot, but it's and it's not against the UTV event. It's just that the car flow has been diverse and it's been an ongoing thing for, I can't remember how many years. So I just am uncomfortable putting another huge event on top.
Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah, so Jock, you brought up a good point, about the the capacity of the town, right? I mean, I've noticed it not with just motorized events, but with movies. It's a big movie that comes in town at our business, and people can't find good deals at hotels, the rates go up, and we'll see less travel. And if you're not actually involved with the movie shoot, you're missing out. Right. So I think that's something that happens all across the board, whether it's, motorized event, a non-motorized event. Same thing with the half marathon. I mean, we take a hit on that, because we can't go up on the river because they closed the river road down. And, those are days that we've had to take off on our river schedule. So I think a lot of businesses are used to kind of navigating this past river. But, I do think that our town's capacity is that I think that we can hold somewhere around like 60,000 people inside of this town is kind of where we're at. And I'm not sure if these two events right here are going to cause us to go over that capacity rate when you're including all the campgrounds and everything like that we have. But what it will do is it will put strains on local businesses that are used to running tours and all types of things out there on the backcountry. As far as the noise goes, I think that, compacting all that noise into one, I don't think it's gonna make it loud. It would have been, it was just a car show, right? I mean, having the loud vehicles driving up and down Main Street and the OHVs driving down Main Street at the same time, I don't think that's gonna make it any louder than it would. I think it's just gonna be putting it in at the same time.
Not a bad.
And then the safety factor, and I think that's the big reason that they moved it, right? They did have some, I mean, this is an event that we all support right here. They did have some EMS calls out on their previous time because it got hotter in that June period. And June, like we talked about at our last meeting, it can go either which way with the weather. June can be marvelous, or it can be, it can be really hot. So I think that them moving back this year is great. Will it be available next year? I'm not sure how that calendar is gonna go. But I think it's something that I support.
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple of comments and maybe a suggestion here that might help some of the other commissioners be more open to supporting what we're doing here. And that is, I think there's a lot of responsibility on Red Rock's shoulders with this event. We have a very comfortable event with the car show. And for the most part, I know that some people don't enjoy the noise when they do get out on the streets. But for the most part, the car show is run and it's like clockwork. They do a very good job here. And introducing the Red Rock at the same time here is going to create an opportunity for them to succeed or fail at how we handle our local community here. And next year, when they come back, if they have made a mess of this community, it's going to be hard for them to get a permit. And I'd really like to see the support from the rest of the commissioners here in both of these events. And I know it's going to be tricky and that there's going to be a huge responsibility on their shoulders to make this go off. And I see you, Mary, when I finish, I'll call on you. But I think there's an opportunity here to try and let it happen this year because they don't have another option. We just can't force them into the summertime when we have these health issues that we had last time. And so I really think there's room here for everybody to kind of come together on this and make a very clear message to Red Rock that you've got to work this out and you've got to understand that we have a large event that we don't ever want to lose. The car show, I mean, it's pretty sacred here to me, more so than the Jeep Safari is. And so I say let's look at this and see if we can come to agreement and support it and put a little responsibility on their shoulders. And I'll go with Mary, Mike, and Trish. Did you have your hand up? Okay, my bad.
I just wanted to make it clear, it wasn't not liking the red, I thought they did an excellent job last year.
Yeah,
I was
agree.
very pleased. I'm concerned not just, the noise isn't my concern, is that I'm afraid that next year there will be people that choose not to come to either one of the events. Because their experience in town will be diminished because of the size of the crowds. But I support both.
Thank you. Mike?
Bird in the hands, we're two in the bush. We as businesses, half of us out here, can plan ahead for a lot of these events to into next year's schedule. That's bird in the hands, we're two in the bush, is where the saying comes from. Knowing how busy I'm going to be is just as good as hoping for twice as much. And
do we have a motion on the table?
Yeah.
And a second. All right. Do we have any further discussion?
Wait a second.
Sorry about that.
All right, all those in favor of the high impact special events? Those opposed? Passes with 3 opposed, Commissioner Hedin, Commissioner Hadler, and Commissioner McGann. All right, we will move on to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janabeth. Mr. Kaufman, item number 7, consideration of denial of tax relief applications. 10/9/2025.
Thank you. Good evening, Chris Kaufman, Grant County Treasurer. And about the tax bills will hopefully be hitting mailboxes very soon. So I come to you this time of year to get approval and denials on tax relief applications that we have received so far. The deadline for tax relief applications is officially September 1st. So we have received the vast majority of them. We do get a few stragglers in that we have some flexibility on approving through the rest of the year, and I will bring those to you at the beginning of next year. We have received 4 applications this year that unfortunately were over the income limit. There is a state income limit, but then the county has its own limit, which is 120% of that limit per ordinance that was passed, I believe, in 2022. And all of these applications were over that county limit as well. These applications are protected documents, so they're not in the public packet, but I did provide them to the commissioners, and they are numbered 1 through 4 if there are any questions or if we need to discuss any of them. The tax commission has recommended that the commission approve the denial of these applications as opposed to my office doing it on its own. So any questions about these? Yes.
Oh, no questions. I was just gonna make a motion.
Please.
So I move to approve the denial of tax relief applications numbered 1 through 4 for 2025 as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner McCandless, second by Commissioner Hedin. Further discussion?
No, I just want to reiterate what Chris said, that in 2022, we passed, raising that threshold. So hopefully to absorb more people under that umbrella. And so I think we're trying really hard to do what we can do to give some tax relief. Maybe we'll have to raise it more.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor? Passes 6 with 1 absent, Commissioner Hadler. Moving on to number 8, consideration of the 2025 property tax abatements and cancellations through 10/9/2025. Mr. Kaufman again.
Thank you. So this is the good part, approving all of the applications that have been accepted and that meet the criteria to receive tax relief. Again, this is for veterans with a service-related disability, persons who are legally blind, and also low-income individuals who are also age 64 or over, a surviving spouse, disabled, or experiencing an extreme hardship. I'm also including on this some tax cancellations that we have had throughout the year. In your packet, there is a line-by-line explanation of each cancellation and how much they were for and the reason for each of those. I do want to note that in that list of cancellations, I am recommending that we cancel the taxes on a state assessed parcel, which I believe is some old oil and gas equipment out in the desert somewhere that the tax commission has finally decided is no longer worth, or it has fallen below the exemption limit. So we don't tax it anymore. And the reason we don't take these kinds of things to tax sale is that if no one bids on it, then the county ends up owning it, and then we would be responsible for going out and cleaning it up. And so the tax commission has recommended that we do not take it to tax sale, and instead we cancel the taxes. So I just wanted to make a quick explanation on that one. I have listed the fiscal impact here. I do want to make a note on that, which is that fiscal impact is spread across all of the taxing entities. School district would be the biggest one. And that additionally, because it lowers the collection rate, the taxing entities actually are going to have a slightly higher tax rate. And so basically it doesn't have an impact on the taxing entities. The impact is to other taxpayers who do end up paying a little bit more taxes to cover these abatements.
Yes, Mike.
I move to approve the 2025 property tax relief and cancellations through 10/9/2025 as presented.
Motion by Commissioner McCurdy, second by Commissioner Hadler. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Thank you. And we will move on to number 9, award 2026 commercial property appraisal contract.
Debbie Swayze, Grand County Assessor, and I'm here to present the RFP for the 2026 Commercial Detailed Review. We put it out for bid early this year so that we'd have a little bit more time to work on it. Unfortunately, we only had 2 people who bid on it. The Appraisers Inc., they're out of Provo, Utah, bid $69,762. And BBG Real Estate Services, they're actually out of Michigan or somewhere like that, but they do have people in Utah that do their appraisals for them. And they came in at $165,430. We did publish it on the county website and the Bonfire website. And I would recommend that we go with the appraisers because the other people are 2.5% higher than what the appraisers came in at. That's up to you guys.
Yes, Melody.
So when this came, I was like, we already did this. So I went back and it was on the March 18th agenda and we had the 2025 commercial appraisal. And at that point in time, there was another group, it was called the Cook Group, that was on there. And I think one of the things is we had asked you to reach back out to them because we had some questions with what they were actually going to offer. They were a little bit more money than the appraisal group, but not like what you're showing it on.
Yeah, I never got any response from them and they didn't.
You never got a response. That's why I was curious. I'm like, whatever happened with them? So I wish we could get some more appraisals out. Do we have time to put it back out to bid?
Well, the problem was last year, because it was asked at the last minute to put an RFP out. It only gave them 4 months to get finished before the tax roll had to close. And so it was rushed. So that's why we do it, is so that they can start hitting the ground in October or November. So this year it was be November when they can get started.
Commissioner Eden, you have your hand up?
No, I was just scratching my head.
Oh. Yes, Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah, so I looked at the 2 bids right there. And can you tell me a little bit why there's such a difference in I looked at the, was it the BBG? Yeah, and they broke down their cost based on each one of the properties and everything like that. Do you have any idea? There's no breakdown in the that I saw for the
I believe the difference is just because the appraisers have been doing it for so long and they've already got all of our data, where BBG is going to have to come in new. And so they're going to have to reinvent the wheel. They'll have to measurements, everything. So because of the property.
And so we're looking at it'd be about a $100,000 difference. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And so on that though, when they're doing that reappraisal, they might come up and actually, I know, like, let's say an auditor, someone who's been doing this for years, they go through and they just check the boxes, right? As opposed to somebody who's coming in and has to redo the work. They might come up with some different conclusions while they're out there. Is that correct?
Yes, possibly good.
Okay, thank you.
And I did have a contact with the BBG, one of the appraisers that's here. He's the previous Wasatch County Assessor, Todd Griffith, and he did contact me about putting in for this, but he said there's no way he can come in that low. There's no way they'd be able to do that.
So the quote that we're getting is going to be historic. It's going to be low for anybody. It's going to be hard for anybody to compete with that, because as they come in, they're going to have to go through and do this. Just one of the things that I heard, at least when I was out knocking doors, there were a lot of people that were upset with the appraisal process, that they didn't have faith in it. I'm wondering if maybe considering going with somebody who's higher, because either we go for somebody higher this year or next year, it might take a fresh set of eyes on something like this to go ahead and give some fair appraisals out there.
Yes, Commissioner Hadler.
I think that's a valid point. I'm not sure that this is the year, considering where we're at financially, but this group has the obvious advantage of being familiar, and like Brian said, maybe just being able to check the boxes, and that's why they do save so much money compared to anybody else. But maybe next year, if we get the RFPs out earlier or whatever, we might be able to attract some more palatable offers, and we might be looking at spending a little bit more money, maybe not $100,000 more, but something more, and maybe getting a little bit more for our money, or at least just changing the paradigm a little bit.
And I had emailed Stephen Bowes about putting this out there sooner and didn't realize that he was gone. So that's one of the reasons that.
Anybody else?
Yes. You know, if that's something that we're gonna consider, I think that we should be considering that in our budget, in our budgeting processes to plan for, you know, an increase right here so that we can bring somebody new in the following year and actually go ahead and start looking at these things. You know, plan ahead for an expense like that.
Good idea.
Yes, Commissioner.
Just one more question. How much did we pay for their services last year, Debbie? Do you have?
It was around the same.
It was around, okay.
70,000.
I guess I'll weigh in just a little bit, Debbie, and I know that, you know, I've been involved for the 2 3/4 years. I've been on the commission many times in there, and there's just a huge lack of support for that firm that we're getting ready to vote on here because they seem to be the only option available. And I don't think that it's always that they do a bad job. It's that I don't think that we're equalizing across the county well enough. And we have these people that come in and we all know who they were. There's been many of them with neighbors with such disparity. And, you know, I'm not here to badmouth the vendor, but we've had a huge amount of problems. I think we had 69 this year. Am I correct? Of people who filed because they disagreed with this service. So it's hard to vote in favor of him again, even though we're talking double the money for the other one. It's a real struggle, and I don't know how to send that message to him that we would like a little better service, and our clients who are the property owners in this county expect better.
Well, and I can tell you, Gordon and those guys this year, they did use a different model so that it was more equitable across the whole county. On the appeals, we didn't make a lot of adjustments. The ones that we did mostly make adjustments to were the ones that were willing to provide us with information that we'd asked for previously. So when you go in and ask them for ADRs and occupancy and expenses, and they don't provide it, we don't have anything to go off of. So they go off the program that they have.
And you feel like he did a better job
I
this
did.
year of equalizing across the county?
Yes.
We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, we're the ones that suffer from what he does because we hear those people. I can't tell you how many emails we've had in here. And I don't want to be the sole bearer of disgruntled commissioner here, but there were enough people that we have to speak to it. We can't not speak to it. So
Can I ask a couple of questions to help?
sure, county attorney.
So how many appeals, the public doesn't know how many appeals you get in a given year.
So right now I'm at 188.
Okay, and how many of those 188 return with a reduction?
I don't have them.
Oh, okay, but it's not it's probably less common than, okay, and, okay. And that's a process that they have an ability to appeal that through you.
Yes.
And then they can go to the appraisal or the appraiser and have a full hearing. And if they're unhappy with that, they can go to the state.
Yes.
And that's going through that whole process. A lot of times doesn't result necessarily in substantial changes in valuations.
Right.
Okay. And I think that's one thing that just from what I've been involved with Debbie on this. Sometimes I'll go and I'll sit with Debbie to have these hearings or help participate in these hearings. This is an uncomfortable part of the assessor's job. It's an uncomfortable part of the attorney's job. We make people buy our job. If we do our job correctly, we hold people accountable to valuations. And so I invite commissioners. I know I think Commissioner Hedin, Commissioner McGann, Commissioner Winfield, and Commissioner McCandless all went to appeals this last year, right?
Yeah, I did.
And I think that's great to see. And I just want to encourage you guys to go through that process to see it because it's really weird because you'll get a lot of folks from the public that are concerned and frustrated and upset about that process. But when you see it done, I think they do it as professionally as they can. And there's a lot of data that's missing and a lot of information that we don't have. And on the cases that we've had together, we've offered to the other attorney, show us the record, show us the documents. And a lot of times we don't get a full disclosure that would show everything. So I just grain of salt. And the other hard part is kind of giving education to the community about these things. So just noting that additional thought.
Commissioner Hedin.
I'm gonna make a motion. I move to accept the bid from the Appraisers Inc. for $69,762. I'm doing so because I'm being thrifty and I appreciate Debbie's feedback that they're doing a better job.
Motion by Commissioner Hedin. Second. Commissioner McGann. Any further discussion? Yes, Mel.
I'll just, in the last year's justification, it did say Grand County has received some complaints in the past regarding professional behavior, but Debbie has taken steps to coach them on desired practices and behavioral changes. So thank you if they got better this year. And
I did not put that in there, Stephen Valls put that in.
but anyway, so it just continued on, I guess.
Can I ask a question? When you said that people came to the appeals and you raised your hands,
I didn't go to the appeals.
I didn't have anybody in the appeals issue.
I went to the to business one, to commercial. I was there.
So one, that's it.
I went to.
I think Commissioner McGann was the year prior.
Prior year.
Oh, the
This year.
What do you mean?
Did you come into the BOE this year? To listen to the appeals?
Maybe I'm confused, but I went to an appeal.
That was last year, yeah.
I know I went to an appeal.
Yes, Commissioner McCurdy.
I'm glad other commissioners get emails. I get stopped in the street. People more than not happy with previous work. I am very happy to hear that you,
Okay, and once again, I'd like to
Yes.
that I got nothing from you guys. Not one.
Not what?
Not one email from you guys forwarding those emails of concern to me, not one.
I didn't get emails. I get stopped in the street of concerns that my evaluations are
Again. didn't-
quite high.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would like us to?
Absolutely.
Okay, I guess.
The past commission,
So when
I
we
got
get
all
that-
of the emails and all of the phone calls.
So when we get the commission thing, it doesn't go.
It doesn't go to you? The assessor.
Okay, that's really, that would be good.
More work for you.
Yeah, the email chain, when it comes to the commission, all the commissioners get it, comm admin team gets it, I get it, our clerk auditor gets it, that's it.
But that on a session or assessor topics, it doesn't go to the assessor too.
No,
I
the
don't even know
system,
when I'm on the agenda.
the system doesn't, when people email the commission, the system doesn't know how to flag that and to give it to the assessor.
Okay, so.
And same if there's a complaint, like if there's a complaint about the survey or anybody else, they don't, if they're not on that email list, it's not gonna populate and send it. So if you ever see something that you're like,
Do that.
if you guys get an email and you see something about IT, take the 2 seconds, forward it across. And if you have, contacts with constituents, it's always great for the other electeds to kind of get that feedback because
Didn't know.
yeah, you guys are probably a lot more accessible and approached, and you outnumber any of us single office, electeds.
So yes.
And you're hearing from us now. I mean, unfortunately, not in the best setting, but we will.
Thought you were in the loop, just the same.
And I hope the message goes back to this firm too, that we're just trying to
Absolutely does.
raise the level of
I
service.
had a meeting with you, Bill. In the attorney's office about this, that I said if you could get those to me. Again, I didn't get them this year, so.
All right, any further discussion? I'll call for a vote. Those in favor? Those against? Passes 5 with 2 against, Commissioner McCurdy and Commissioner Winfield. Thank you, Debbie. All right, we will move on to number 10, the ordinance to establish the separate office of the Grand County Auditor and the Grand County Clerk, Mr. Wojtek.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to the commission for bringing this up for consideration so this conversation can happen. So we had I offered a sort of a pretty detailed proposal and presentation on this move. Not an insignificant move, obviously. So I wanted to make sure to present that in full with as much detail as possible and give you all the chance to offer feedback or concerns so I could be aware and be able to respond if needed. The general parameters and justification of my proposal remain unchanged from that presentation that I gave. I feel quite strongly about this being a excellent move for Grand County to make on behalf of the internal organization and the role that the clerk auditor plays, inter-organizationally, as well as in providing service, contributing to transparency to the public, and all those things that we all strive for as public servants and public officials. let's see, I think that ultimately, one way that I'm trying to describe this tension and this challenge that I am currently dealing with in my office, maybe this will relate, or maybe this Commissioner McCandless, this will resonate with you. A lot of times I feel like I'm running a restaurant and we're serving Chinese food and Italian food out of the same shop, and maybe some American on the side too, and just keeping it all together and really being able to focus and specialize and make sure we're serving stuff that tastes good. I think that that's a useful way of analogizing the situation. And I think that there's a real opportunity to do better with this type of action. That's all I'll say right now. I will say that I would request, if approval be considered, that it be done pending legal review. There wasn't a chance for this ordinance to pass legal review in time for this meeting, but it does need to be approved and passed by the 1st of November.
Thank you, Clerk Wojtek. I will just start with Commissioner Hedin.
I see.
Okay. Yeah, Jacques, go ahead then if she's going to defer.
Thank you. Actually, let's go ahead and make a motion, then I'll speak. I'll move to approve the ordinance establishing the separate offices of Grand County Auditor and Grand County Clerk, made effective in January 2027, according to all applicable laws and statutes pending legal review. Is that 2027, Gabe, or supposed to be 2026?
Yeah, it would take effect in official separation will only take effect in January
After the,
7 after the election.
I'll second that.
Right, okay.
Motion by Commissioner Settler, second by Commissioner Hedin.
And then
for discussion.
Yeah, and I wanted to speak on that too. I mean, I've looked at this a lot, and I've heard Gabe, and I think at the end of the day, it does just make sense. I mean, I think the duties of the clerk and the auditor. When I first got elected, I remember thinking that it was odd, some of the, the varied amount of stuff that the clerk and the auditor doesn't seem to have much in common with some of the other stuff. And I appreciate, I've worked in restaurants plenty also, Gabe's analogy. And I also appreciate the work Gabe's put into it to ensure that if this wouldn't increase our budget, it doesn't look like at all. And I think it would streamline each of those duties. Obviously, it might add complexity having one more elected official, but I think that is more than made up for by the simplification of each one of those officials kind of sticking to their narrower scope. And also, especially concerning the auditor, I mean, we've spent a lot on the auditors this year, a whole lot on especially internal auditors and companies to double check internal auditors who double check external auditors, and having an auditor that is just a dedicated auditor in-house makes a lot of sense to me as well. So I'm supportive of this, and I hope we can move forward.
Commissioner Hedin and then Commissioner McGann.
I did a little bit of research this morning as to other counties within the state of Utah that have separated clerk auditors. And what I came up with was about 10 counties. There was no rhyme nor reason as to size. Daggett County has split and they have a population of 950. And of course, Salt Lake County has a split and they have a population of 1.2 million. So I couldn't find, any consistency within the counties, the class of counties, and why those would be split. I would state that I think the amount of, and that being said, to me, there's no comparison. We can't really compare because we also know that the amount of economic impact, or just the economic driver, the amount of money that flows through this county is quite large. So you can't really compare our county to one of equal size. I think, after looking at the documents and the breakdown, the fiscal impact is minimal at best, if anything. Hopefully within a couple of years, we're actually coming out in the black, and maybe Gabe could speak to that a little bit more, the fiscal impacts. I think it makes sense to have two different departments where they are solely responsible for those specific tasks. I think it makes them more efficient, more effective overall. And I think that's what we're seeking to do, especially when we're talking about things like budget cuts. We're talking about streamlining. We want to make departments streamlined and more effective. And in the end, that's what this would do.
Thank you, Commissioner McCurdy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Commissioner
Mary's up.
McCann and then Commissioner McCurdy. My bad, Mary.
It's okay, it's okay. It's hard to keep track, especially after a moment. No, you know, 11 years ago when I became a commissioner, I always thought the clerk auditor was an odd combination. Because, you know, if you did a Venn diagram, there wouldn't be any section where they really overlapped. And usually when you have a combined, like, you know, a job description, there's some overlap and it makes sense. With this, I never felt like it made sense. And then the other thing I've noticed is things have become a lot more complicated. I mean, our election system has really become more, you know, people are much more focused on it, much more aware, there are much more questions. And so the importance of making sure that everything is done pristinely and with transparency is incredibly important. And also just tax law and things that are coming in and the way things move. It's the auditor's job is also, complexity has changed a great deal. So this makes a lot of sense to me. Plus, from Gabe's presentation 2 weeks ago, there's not going to be a fiscal impact. So without, you know, so if we're going, you know, and an elected official, another elected official has come and, you know, presented this and I respect that and I appreciate and that it is being done, that we're not like with the OHO where we were the first, you know, it was virgin ground in a sense. This is being done in other counties successfully. So I would like to follow the lead of Daggett and Salt Lake and make those two departments, make that department into two departments and make it more effective. Thank you.
Commissioner McCurdy and then Commissioner Martinez.
Me and you spoke. Sorry. I'd be far more behind this if I could see the fiscal impact not happening. We can run these numbers till we're blue in the face, but creating another elected position at $108,500 a year. But we're gonna fire or let go of someone because there's not enough bodies there in the proposed, and pay another person another $108,000 to do half of a job. I don't see where we're gonna cost savings on that.
Can you answer that?
This is not about me wanting to do half a job or anyone. Let's make that very clear.
Commissioner McCann, so are you still going, Mike? Yeah.
So my biggest concern about this, and I appreciate all the work that you've done, Gabe, and then putting this out there, but you know, to become an elected auditor in Grand County, you need to be a registered voter, be a resident of Grand County, and then file. I mean, that's your position to be an auditor. And I mean, Mary just talked about the complexity of being an auditor. I mean, Gabe speaks to the difficulty of being an auditor. It's a big job. And I don't think that opening up to another elected person in Grand County is our best decision. Right now we have openings in our planning and zoning and our building department and other areas, and that we can't find qualified people to fill. And so finding someone qualified that wants to run for office really scares me. And there's not any part of it that doesn't scare me. As far as having somebody that's running our financials, that's an elected official that doesn't have any training. And so, you know, Gabe's been doing a good job, and I know it's challenging for him, and I feel for him, but having that position in there with a financial director is helpful. And I think it's easier to hire a financial director than it's gonna be to find an elected official that is gonna be able to do that job. And that's my biggest concern. And I'm sorry, Gabe, that I can't.
No,
Support you.
I think that that's a really valid concern, and that I think that, yeah, I'm not blaming you for that one, and I think if there was an articulated concern that I couldn't necessarily respond to, that might be the one. So,
Yeah,
thanks.
and so that's, and I'm sorry I didn't call you ahead of time. I've been.
It's okay. Mm.
Yeah, I'll just really quick, it was it 1 year ago that we hired a financial director, right, to take over. So I mean, I think that having that position that the commission kind of awarded right there, that additional position, I thought was kind of supposed to already take care of this problem that we have. And so and I still see this as, the growing government, the way that we're doing it. And I know that we're taking one position, we're moving it over here and we're doing this, but I just want to put out this case is what happens if a person runs and they win the popularity contest for the clerk auditor and they're not qualified? We're once again then going to have to hire another financial director. And we've gone back to that space of doing nothing more than just growing government.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to weigh in and then I'll go back around, but Gabe, I know you've put a lot of work into this and you and I have talked at different times over the year, and I've really pushed that I believe we need a financial CFO, whatever title we would have to call that individual under the administrator who could help with our budget issues and with our complexity of our finances that we have here at the county. I know that this budget is now excess of 25 million, I think, and I really feel that we should have somebody that has their finger on that, who's going through, as we've talked in our budget meetings, the copy machines that we have at the county. We need to have somebody who's over our telephone system here or our Verizon system to where we get these all on a plan so that we're all working. And I think that's better suited in a financial position that the administrator has. And we've tried to use Mr. Valls in the past, or I have, and backed away from that a little bit. And now we've got the addition of on there. And I just see that, again, I don't think I need to go down the road of that we're growing government, but I've also I believe when I first became a commissioner, I've been supportive of further education to bring up the financial level, skills for you in any way forward. And I'm supportive of that in other departments as well, not just yours. I know that eventually we're going to see something for the judge so that she can be reimbursed through the county, that we have those funds available to us. And I just think they're a much cheaper option rather than trying to separate here and come up with another elected official. And we all know their popularity contests, and some days you wish you hadn't won the popularity contest. So yes, I'll go back around. I know Mary is ready there, but go ahead.
We had a budget officer before, and we never replaced the budget officer. Instead, we had Val's come in, and that was kind of the replacement. So it wasn't like we added a new person. We never replaced the budget officer. And I agree with Melody. I mean, it's not just an auditor. I don't know if anybody was living here then. One time they elected an attorney that didn't know what she was doing. I mean, this was years ago. I mean, it can happen, and you could, so I'm looking at the clerk, the auditor, the treasurer, the attorney. These are very skilled jobs. And I've always questioned, why are they elected? Why aren't they part of the process that we go through? Vetting and, resumes and such like that. So changing this dynamic is not going to change that. That is an issue in not just that department. It's an issue. I mean, we're fortunate we have a good attorney, we have a good treasurer right now. We could, you can have a poor recorder or some of these offices, I wonder, why they're even elected. Especially when they're not doing any legislative or, you know, but that, you know, so that's beside the point. So I agree with you, but I don't think it has any bearing on this decision because it's going to be there no matter what. And I just think it makes good sense and it's going to improve our customer service and improve just making sure that things run smoother and that things are, you know, the dots are I's are dotted and T's crossed.
All right, seeing no further hands, I will call for a vote. Oh,
I just had one thing.
Yes,
We've had a situation where we had a CFO, CEO style admin office, and to be perfectly honest, it's one of the worst situations that we've had in Grand County under my tenure. I didn't think that worked out very well, and I think that position under the auditor's office is a better paradigm.
Yes, Commissioner.
Dave, I wanted to say, I don't think you do half a job. I don't want, my thoughts are I don't want to separate at that pay rate to create another job, to do half the work that you achieve. You achieve an immense amount of work. I agree with that. I just don't want to look towards creating another position at 100, round numbers, 110K a year. I look towards relieving the stress that you personally take on in that job setting. I know elections take a toll above auditing on the clerk side, but at 110K a year, it's a steep price to pay.
Commissioner Hadid.
He did send out a document, I believe it was a couple days ago,
Yeah, I was
broke
looking
that
at it.
down, and so
Yeah.
there wasn't two positions at 110 a year. If you,
108, 108,500, 108,500 on his document.
It gets rid of the financial director though.
Yeah.
Right, so it gets rid of a position. Right. So. I'd rather have that higher position. That personally, that's how I feel. I'd rather have that higher position than create another elected official.
so just so we know, I think Kevin Walker did do the research on this, and the only individual other than commissioners that has to be elected is the sheriff. So it is feasible that if we have these ideas, we can go down that path someday.
Okay.
So it's an interesting, we didn't go, he kind of did some initial research, so it's an interesting thought.
Not the attorney, the attorneys,
Not the attorney.
the Utah Constitution.
Okay,
Different-
okay,
different
maybe,
now.
sorry, I could be a little wrong on that a while ago that he did that research.
I look forward to a commissioner bringing forward ideas on how to remove some other electeds, but at this point, I will call for
I can say one more thing after the
Yeah,
vote or before
please.
the vote. Oh, sorry. So thanks, Mike, for saying that and acknowledging. I know you weren't trying to take a dig. I know you all trust me not to take things personally. And quite frankly, I feel that it's a great compliment that you all trust me to continue on and carrying this combined role. Because you know and trust that I'll continue to try to improve it and do the best that I can with it. And, you know, I definitely 100% plan on running next year to maintain this role. And, you know, I think I have a great shot at winning that role. You know, because the people that I work with, the members of the public that, you know, need to work with me know that I'll treat them with respect. And it's because of that, not only because I'm popular. So, thanks, y'all.
All right, with that, I will call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion by Commissioner Hadler, seconded by Commissioner Hadeen. Those in favor? Those opposed? The motion fails with 4 opposed. Commissioner McCurdy, Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner McCandless, and myself, Commissioner Winfield. We move on to number 11.
For citizens to be heard.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. I'm sorry, Sean. We've got
Not yet.
citizens to be heard. And so at that point, I will open this up to citizens to be heard. Those that haven't spoken previously at the 4 o'clock are welcome to come up. Introduce yourselves if there's anybody that wishes to. Yes, we've got one. All right, we'll start with Lynn. Do we have anybody online, Quinn?
I don't know yet.
Hang on.
Lynn Jackson, I'm gonna talk really fast because I want to address two things.
Hang on.
Oops, Oh, I'm getting free time? This is great.
No.
This goes back to my 32 years working for the BLM in this area. Number one, regarding your infrastructure overlay on that particular parcel, that is an RMPP, Recreation and Public Purposes parcel. It can't be used for anything but public purpose. So I know a lot of people think, oh, well, that's a great place for development. And if that's proposed, the city will lose title to that property. It will revert back to the BLM. And I've dealt with that situation during my career. The second thing I want to talk about is the letter regarding the travel management plan. Well-written letter, supported 100%. I want to give just a little bit more perspective. I was there as an associate manager at the BLM when we did the 2008 resource management plan and the travel management plan. We at that time had inventoried in cooperation with Red Rock Four Wheelers, 6,000 miles of roads in the entire field area office, not just Labyrinth. So that's all Grand County and about a quarter of northern San Juan County. At that time, we closed about 3,000 miles. Now it may be 100 miles this way or the other, but we closed half the roads at that time. And that process, I've heard people say, well, you know, Labyrinth, this latest round in 2023 didn't go through public comment. And when we went through that initial travel plan in 2008, took about 3 years, started in 2005, there were at least a dozen public hearings and comment periods. We met in Salt Lake, we met in Moab, we met in Grand Junction. We were working with 6 other field offices in this side and this end of the state. They were all combined. There was massive public input went into that entire process. Just in Moab office alone, we received over 90,000 comments on that RMP and travel management plan. So for anybody who's going to get up here and say there was no public input into that would simply be untrue. So the 2023 thing kind of ended up being this combination weird political mess that the Biden administration brought to the table to resolve a lawsuit that had been filed against all 7 travel management plans. It was a political solution. It was wrong. And they had no right to shut down. The BLM has no right to shut down RS 2477 roads. The 9th District Court ruled last summer that those RS 2477 are a right the state and the county have. Now, there's a process where BLM can shut down those roads, but you can't do it administratively with the signature of a pen. It has to go through a judicial process. So thank you very much for going after this. Let's get those roads back opened like they should have been. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please. Second row there. Third row.
Thanks for having us, Commission. I'd like to speak on the Labyrinth Rim.
Introduce
travel plan.
Yourself real quick, please.
Thomas Firestack, Grand County. I would like to also encourage that we reopen these trails. Not having these trails open, people in the midst of off-road and biking communities all hear that the roads are getting shut down. Moab's shutting down. That's really hurting our economy here in this town. I would hope that we could continue to try and get these roads back open, allow all activities that used to be allowed, motorized, non-motorized. This is the American people's land. Let's keep it open. Thank you.
Thank you. We have anyone else in the room that would like to come up? Anybody online that would like to speak at the 6 o'clock Citizens to be Heard? I see a Pam. Are you online to speak?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please introduce yourself and then it's all yours.
Thank you. My name is Pam Hackley. I live in Castle Valley, Grand County. I wanted to just comment on item 17. I support the current Labyrinth Canyon travel plan. This was passed in 2023 after a long series of hearings, a lot of input as has been noted. I think it was a good compromise. This is an area, the Labyrinth Canyon area is a quiet, flat float for people who like to canoe. We have taken our grandkids who are now in their early 20s on that numerous times since they were little kids. This is a really special place, and it's great to have it quiet. The other item I wanted to comment on is item 16 about the county's possible plans to spend $10,000 on cloud seeding. From what I have read over the years about this cloud seeding is not effective. At best, you might get 10 to 20% results. It's very difficult to monitor whether it works or not. I think this is a waste of money for Grand County to spend on. We have plenty of other projects that need this kind of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online? All right, I will move back to the chambers. Yes, please, Laura.
Good evening. I want to thank, I'm Lori McFarland. I'm with High Point Hummer and ATV, but as an outfitter, we do not actually actively use the Labyrinth areas. When I was running for District 4 commission seat, I did get out and talk to a lot of people in the community. When I asked them what they cared about, they said, what I care about is the fact that for 40 years in April for Easter, we would go and recreate, have 2-3 days where we would be in this area, and then they went and closed it. Why are we closing this to locals? Like I said, I don't personally plan to have any commercial aspect of use, but the fact that there are people who adore that land, who use it and have used it for years and lost that ability, I feel like I have an obligation to speak up just a little bit and say that was something that they said was important to them. And I really want to thank the BLM and all of you for having a look at trying to find good solutions for the locals that are actually trying to recreate in those areas. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak up at 6 p.m.? All right, seeing none, we will move on to item number 11, the ordinance around the major utility overlay of parcel 02-0021-0113, City of Moab. Mr. Yates. And I know we've got folks that are waiting out in the hall. And Corey over here on the side, if we need any help, Sean White, feel free to pull any of them up.
All right. I'm Sean Yates, Grand County, Utah engineer, as well as interim planning and zoning administrator. The summary of this request is zone amendment to apply the major utility overlay to approximately 3 acres located at 2651 South Spanish Valley Drive, Moab, Utah. Parcel number 02-0021-0113. Construction of the 2.5 million gallon municipal water storage tank and associated facilities. The findings and conclusion are that the City of Moab planning and engineering staff appear to have done their due diligence in selecting the best location for the City of Moab of the water tank, as indicated in the attached documents to the agenda. As such, the proposed zone amendment is to apply the major utility overlay MUO to approximately 3 acres located as stated before. If approved by the commission, the condition for a development agreement is required under the Grand County Land Use Code. And since this project directly abuts to a residential zone, the county commission may, under 4.10.3, increase the standards, including setbacks, buffers, height, scale, and massing and landscaping and fencing.
Yes, Commissioner Campbell.
I would like to make a motion to approve the conditional use, the ordinance, the major utility overlay of parcel 02-0021-0113 The proposed zone amendment is to approximately 3 acres located at 2651 South Spanish Valley Drive, Moab, Utah, for the construction of, well, I don't know that I have to say that right now. We're just putting in a major utility overlay, and if approved, the condition for development agreement is required under the Grand County Land Use Code. If the project directly floods a residential zone, the county commission may, under 4.10.3, increase standards including setbacks, buffers, height, scale, and massing, landscaping, and fencing.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner McCandless, second by Commissioner Martinez. Do we have, yes, Commissioner?
Yeah, I just want to kind of give you some feedback on the planning commission. So when this was brought up at the planning commission, we did have 7 people come to speak. One just provided some informational, Robert Buckingham from the cemetery district kind of went over that BLM patent. We had 4 against, and speaking to impacts such as feasibly the leaking of the tank and the geology of that area, a pump that's going to be turning on and off next to a neighborhood, lighting of that facility, and the possible other uses for that land. And then there were 2 in favor, both from groundwater and sewer, that spoke to the interconnect. I just want to reiterate, I don't know if you spoke about this, Sean, sorry, but that the planning commission sent forward an unfavorable recommendation, 5 in favor with 1 abstention. Jerry Cleese made that motion, and that was seconded by Tony. The main reasons were that, you know, via our future land use plan and future land use map, that area is designated as a possible regional center, but part of that is Parks and Rec, and that's actually what it was. When you look at the future land use map, it's designated as a possible park and rec area. There were other people that just spoke to the concerns about the geology and feasibly what could happen if there was any kind of leakage to that community that's specifically downhill from them. And then lastly, that we've talked about, I'll just keep beating this drum, we do have this broken land use code, and we really need to have that updated before we continue to do rezones and overlays and all of these things. We just need to eventually pull on the reins and stop for a while we wait for that land use code update. And so I just wanted to give that information that came out of the planning commission, because they are a recommending body, and I think it's important. We have a very diverse planning commission, and I really respect their opinion. It's quite diverse. And so hopefully we listen to that.
Yes, Commissioner McCandless.
Yeah, I agree. And thanks, Trish. I did watch that meeting, and I think that the presentation that was brought to the commission when this came before us was a lot more comprehensive than what came before the planning commission. And had they saw that, had that been there, it might have been a different outcome, but we don't know. But we're here to make these decisions now. And I appreciate all the people that have come and spoke. We've had lots of community involvement, mostly of the people that are in that neighborhood. The people that have spoken in the neighborhood like the way that it is. And it won't change much. When you put a water tower or a water tank in there that's buried, it won't change much. And when we're talking about this public works piece of land that was deeded to the city, it was for public works, which could be recreation. And if you go into our public works is what it was for. And but that's actually expired. So they could do something different with it, but it's staying, with this water tank, it's staying within that use of the land. The other piece of it is, we just had fires in California that they went to go hook up to the water and there was no water came out for the fire trucks. And so it's a safety issue. We want to make sure that we have water down the future. 10 years from now goes by and we have a catastrophic fire in the valley or in town and we run out of water. I don't want to be the one responsible to not have that water storage there. So that's why I'm voting yes for it. I know that there's concerned citizens, but my job is to vote for the entire constituents of Grand County, not just for the people that live right next to that piece of property.
Yes, Mike.
Anyone else? Me?
I think you're it.
Most of everyone can't say it's been a dirt triangle for 40 years since I've been here. It's going to be a dirt triangle with a bump on it now, at least from the renderings and drawings from the city. And it has a purpose. I see that as a net positive, so that's my vote.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Martinez.
Mr. Stocks, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Oh, just noting for the commission, and we might have to go back and make sure that the motion's clean. So one of the things that when we have a vote for this type of issue, we need to have explicit findings and conclusions on the record to provide the basis. If you want to adopt those, I don't know if, I didn't hear specifically if you're going to just adopt the findings from the planner. And if that's cleaned up, I think that's sufficient. And then
The only thing that concerns me about that right now is we're just approving a overlay. We're not actually approving the ins and outs of a water tank.
the recommendation from my office is, if approved, the condition for the development agreement is required under Grand County Land Use Code. It lists the setbacks, but whether approved or denied, the county commission must make explicit findings and conclusions on the record to provide for a reasonable basis for the decision.
Okay, I read all that.
Right, but are you adopting the findings made by the planner? That's the part I didn't hear. And if you didn't want to make all of the findings that he made in the document, major utility overlay SR under item C, 9.2.5 issues for considerations A through K, there are specific different factual findings or criteria that you could read through into the record as findings. Or you could just adopt.
I will adopt those. I will add that to my motion to adopt those findings that are in the major utility overlay.
Okay, so you're making a motion, a substitute motion. Will you restate the whole thing?
Yeah, I'll restate the whole thing.
Is she amending it?
She can't, it's been made, there's been a second on the motion, and because it's the second that's been made, it's now a motion before the body, so now it has to be a substitute motion.
Okay. So I make a motion to substitute motion to approve the major utility overlay parcel number 02-0021-0113. Which is approximately 3 acres located at 2651 South Spanish Valley Drive for construction of a 2.5. I'll just add that in there, I guess, 2.5 million gallon municipal water storage tank and associated facilities. When approved, the condition for development agreement is required under the Grand County Land Use Code. Since this project directly abuts a residential zone, the county commission may, under 4.10-3, increase standards, including setbacks, buffers, height, scale, and massing, landscape, and fencing, and adopt the issues for consideration in the document major utility overlay SRCC item C 9.2.5 and adopt all of A through K.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second that one.
Motion, substitute motion by Commissioner McCandless, seconded by Commissioner Martinez. Further discussion?
Did that hit all the points?
We just have to have a basis for it because of the type of motion it is. Or because of the type of process it is.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote on the substitute motion.
Oh, sorry, I thought Brian was gonna speak before that, but yeah, this has been a tough one for me. I think I've heard some very strong arguments on both sides. And I've been out to the site many times. I mean, we all pass through there all the time. I've been out specifically to look at it and through eyes. They're looking at it as a future site with a water tank and also a future site with maybe something else. And I guess at the end of the day, to me, it's a matter of letting don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think it would be great if we could develop that whole corner in a fashion that it would create like a node, like some of the future maps have called for. You know, a nice little business area or a community center or whatever. But I think at this point I'm probably in favor of supporting it for the water tank. I think it makes sense at this time, and the money's there, work's been done. It's a very difficult decision, but. I'm out with it.
Right? Anything further? All right, I will call for a vote on the substitute motion by Commissioner McCandless, second by Commissioner Martinez. Those in favor? Those opposed? The substitute motion passes 5 with 2 opposed, Commissioner Hedin and Commissioner McGann. And does that bury the original motion then?
Correct.
And we can move on. Correct. City of Moab, thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, number 12, resolution Meadow Drive Townhomes Final Plat. Again, Mr. Yates, our county engineer.
So this, number 12 has been pulled from the agenda, but not in time. Next one here is 13.
So we've pulled number 12?
Yes.
My apology, I did not know that.
I didn't either. Okay.
Okay, so we will move on to number 13, our resolution for the Grandview Business Park subdivision final plat approval. Again, Mr. Yates.
Isn't that 12?
That's 12.
Yeah, that's there might be some confusion.
Because
Online, number 13 is the Economic Opportunity Advisory Board bylaws. Number 12 is the Grandview Business Park subdivision plat approval.
I don't know, all the ones I have printed. I have one I printed at home and one that that Dana just gave me and.
I'm looking at I just refreshed it, the one online.
Yeah, I apologize for that. This has just occurred in the last couple of days, and I've been advised that Mater Drive Townhome
So then
is an
we are going to move on to number 12, which is the resolution for the Grandview Business Park subdivision final plat approval. All right, Mr. Yates, thank you. And sorry for the confusion there, but.
I got a little confusing.
So, Mr. Tim Keough requests final plat approval for the Grandview Business Park subdivision, dividing up the existing business park into individual lots for transfer to his tenants. The subdivision vacates existing parcels 02-0008-0048 and parcel 02-008-0008-0057. The Grand County Future Land Use Map designates this area for highway commercial supporting the current and future intended use. So essentially what's going on there is Mr. Keough has buildings on his 2 parcels. He's leased them out to tenants, and the desire is to give them ownership of those properties, both real estate and building, and to do so by creating a total of 4 lots. Just in the last few hours, as we've taken a closer look, legal standpoint with our contract, coming out of Salt Lake, they have no legal concern seeing that the parcel is going to be vacated, merged, which is what Mr. Keough is proposing with the final plat. You also found out that this is an administrative decision rather than a legislative one. So, under state law, if the applicant meets the ordinance's requirements, it must.
So as an administrative, we still need to vote on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so real quick, I would like to mention that Mr. Keough and I are previous business partners. I believe that partnership dissolved 5 years ago, might have been 4.5, but it's quite a ways in the past. I just want that out there so that it's clear that we are not business partners and I don't have a conflict when we vote on this currently. So then I will go to Mr. McCurdy.
As an administrative decision, does this check all boxes?
So yeah, it's gone through legal review. There's no Mr. Yates has indicated, there's no legal concerns, assuming that the parcels have been vacated and merged. It's an administrative decision, which means there's not as much flexibility that the commission has in other regards. That means that the application meets the ordinance requirements, it must be approved. And or it's gone through and reviewed all of the different applicable codes, reviewed the clubman process, the preliminary plat, with you, and he's not found anything that's that would be an issue for approving this application.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Martinez.
I move to approve the Grandview Business Park final plat.
My second.
Motion by Commissioner Martinez, second by Commissioner McCandless. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you and pray for the long way. And so now that I know my numbers aren't the thing, we'll go to the resolution amending the Economic Opportunity Advisory Board bylaws.
It's funny,
Commissioner McCandless.
So over the past several years, this board has evolved through the merger of multiple boards and each with different origins, responsibilities, and expectations. That evolution has created a set of bylaws that, being even well-intentioned, has become difficult to interpret even for the board members themselves, including what it means to advise on how the board interfaces with Planning and Zoning Commission and where its authority begins and ends. And so this resolution just returns the board to its clear statutory purpose as defined under state law for the county economic opportunity boards to assist the county in applying for the rural county grants and the rural opportunity grant. They recommend projects and help meet reporting requirements. These bylaws follow the standard template recommended by the county attorney, and the EOAB remains fully empowered to edit these bylaws and shape how it fulfills its role within the statutory responsibilities. Basically taking it back to bare bones, and we can move from there. We have something we have to accomplish, and that's just what I'm trying to do. This change shouldn't come as a surprise because over the past year, there's been many discussions about aligning the board's work with its core mission. And this resolution is a formal step in that long conversation. So with a clear mandate from the state statute and bylaws, the EOAB can positively impact Grand County's economy. And I want to acknowledge and thank all of the members for the deep engagement and commitment to this process. So I hope that this gives them a clearer focus, and we can continue to focus on that $200,000 and to $800,000 worth of money that comes into our economy.
Yes, Commissioner McGann.
These bylaws are a really big change from what was done before, and I'm not opposed or in favor of the changes, but I do think we need to honor our voluntary boards, and from the information I've gotten from members, they would really like to talk and discuss this. So I want to make a motion to postpone this number 13, the resolution to amending the Economic Opportunity Advisory Board bylaws until the advisory board has had an opportunity to discuss it.
I'm gonna second that if I may.
Motion by Commissioner McGann
To postpone.
to postpone, second by Commissioner Hedin.
To postpone until the advisory board has had a meeting, so I'm not sure when that will be. So I don't know if it's for the next meeting or the following meeting.
We have a meeting next Wednesday.
Okay, so perfect for the next meeting.
Yes, Commissioner Hedin.
Especially, I think, Mr. Wilson, you said that they weren't updated until like 3 today in the packet, is that correct?
Final update,
Okay.
final revision.
So, yeah, to me, I want to go back to, we heard this quite a bit in the initial citizens. We heard that, you know, the objective, it should be the objective that we are transparent. And so to have an updated agenda item that's literally updated an hour before the meeting is not transparent. It doesn't, you know, at least give them 24 hours. I understand it takes a while to get information into the packet. I totally understand. I've been there myself. But I think we should give our general citizenry just the grace to at least have 24 hours to peruse an item. And in this case, they had an hour. I will state that I have had board members from this board reach out to me quite, you know, upset about this change. And that's concerning to me. I'm not sure why we would want to rattle cages when we have an amazing board. Everything I've heard, I'll state that I think I went to one of these board meetings a bajillion years ago, and I have not watched the meetings. I don't have the dedication that you do, Mel, I can't do it. But I've heard that it's a really engaged, amazing board and an advisory board. And I think when we have those members of our community, like I think so highly of our planning commission, that are willing to give their time and energy to a board, why would we want to rattle their cage? So I would like at least the board to have the ability to go through the bylaws again. I think that that's a fair, very fair thing to ask, that it goes back to them, let them, you know, go through it and then move forward with it. Because I think it's I think it's dismissive if you don't.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah, so I'd just like to point out that the reason that they were updated is because Commissioner McCandless was working with Chris on making amendments and honoring his request. So I think that there has been some communication going both ways.
I understand.
Also, and I could be wrong, but it's my understanding that resolutions to our board are ways that we communicate how that works, how the work is that should be done. Right? So by setting those bylaws right there, I think that Commissioner McCandless is letting the board know that this is what the commission would like to have them work on, and setting those standards up for them right there by resolution. You know, okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that that's what we're doing. And what my understanding is she's providing clear direction to that board on the ways that she would like to see that board work, or I'm sorry, the way that we, this commission body, this body right here, would like to see that board operate.
Commissioner Hadler and then Commissioner McGann.
Yeah, I also think it's appropriate to postpone. I mean, the final bylaws got into the agenda at 3. I too was reached out to by a few members of the board who were upset about it and feels like it's unnecessarily limiting. We can use resolutions to give direction. We can also just give direction. It's not difficult. I mean, this board is made up of a variety of talented individuals that really, I think, I haven't seen anything other than goodwill at the effort of promoting economic development and expansion in Grand County. And honestly, this feels a little bit like a kick in the teeth to people who are volunteering their time and energies and talents to something, and we're just making them basically a board to oversee one specific grant. That's fine and all, but I mean, what's the big hurry? Why can't we wait another couple of weeks and work on it a little bit and get a little bit more consensus and work with people who have given us a lot of their free time and advice.
Commissioner McGann. And then
She's already spoke. Can I speak first?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
No, that's okay. I haven't spoke. The reason why is I've given direction multiple times throughout the year and it's not listened to. And if it's just coming from me, then it's not really direction, right? It needs to come from the commission. And so that's why we're bringing that forward to the commission, so it can come not just from me as one commissioner, but from the board, from the whole commission. Continuing to, if I take this back to them, I mean, I don't see that it will be any different when it comes back to us. They have a hard time figuring out what they want to do, and that's part of it. They spend a lot of time talking about the direction that they want to go. And the challenge that I have is that we have the Rural Communities Grant and the Rural Opportunities Grant, and we have no clear direction for that grant. That board has been in existence since 2020. And like I said, it's been different origins, different responsibilities. But when I came onto that board this year, there was really no clear path. If Melissa wasn't there, if he wasn't there, if I wasn't there, then the next year's Economic Advisory Board would not be able to continue to get these grants out. There's not a clear process. There hasn't been a clear process. And that's what I've asked, is for us to focus on that clear process, which is what their statutory job is to do. And once we finish that and it's duplicatable and we continue on this process in the future, then I'm absolutely open to expanding those bylaws. But at the moment, we have right now, and I don't know that a lot of people know this, but we've been trying to work with our RCOG, which is community or the Royal Crossing, and the contract went extended over our other one. So now our county doesn't get to apply for the RCOG grant for this year. So we just lost out on $600,000 potentially because things weren't done correctly in the past. And that's something that I want to stop and be able to go forward to be able to recoup all that money from the state that they're offering our county. And it's in it. So there is an issue, and that's what I'm trying to do is fix that issue.
Commissioner McCurdy and Mary, I'll get back to you after we've gone around. Commissioner McCurdy?
I could only see a benefit to following within state statute. I understand that our EOAB board has, right now has, is looking at planning commissions or eliminate conflicts, zoning regulations, county general plan language. And I'd like them to follow state statute and be very focused on that grant approval or grant process. I don't see why arguing for state statute or expanding state statute would be a problem, just narrowing their goals.
Anyone else? Then I'll go to Commissioner McGann.
Chris did say he talked to Melody and he even complimented her and said she was easy to work with. But he also stated that he felt like it should be brought back to the board. And I just think it's the right thing to do, to respect and show respect to our boards. I mean, sometimes you can disagree with them. We might be bringing back the very same thing. And the bylaws right now even are addressing what's in state code. It's just like the travel council. It's larger than what's the scope of the state. It's just larger, but it is addressing what they're supposed to in the state code, Michael. It's just that they have more opportunities.
We're addressing in state code, but we already missed out $600K.
But I think we need to it's not timely. There's nothing that is timely about this. And so I think waiting 2 weeks to give people who have dedicated their time the opportunity to talk and express what they want or their concerns, and then they're going to probably feel better about it too. And I just don't see it as being a big deal to wait 2 weeks to give the transparency to the public by having it in the packet more than an hour before, and to give the.
And just to clarify there, it was on Friday, and the whole gist of it was on Friday. The changes that got made today were because Chris asked me to change them. And instead of just walking you guys through it all, saying, okay, now go to line, da-da-da-da-da-da, now go to line, da-da-da-da-da-da, I just had them changed so that they were in there so that everybody could see. We could have walked through it. It was just a simple adding those adjustments in there. So I don't want to hear again that only an hour before, because I did have them in there on Friday. And I did,
I really want. So anyway, I think it wouldn't hurt. It's not going to hurt anything to wait 2 weeks to let the board know what's going on, why it's going on, and let them, at least have some input.
Commissioner Martinez.
Can I call for a vote?
Yes.
All right, we'll call for a vote on the motion by Commissioner McGann, seconded by Commissioner Hedin to postpone. Those in favor?
Till next meeting.
Those opposed? Motion passes with 2 opposed, Commissioner McCurdy and Commissioner McClafferty. That item will be postponed until the next meeting. And we move on to item number 15. Resolution amending the bylaws of the Thompson Springs Special Service District. Commissioner Adler, any input that's necessary from me if you should.
Sure, yeah, no problem, Bill. So the TSSD has needed to update their bylaws for some time, and these bylaws reflect some of the challenges that the Thompson SSD has had in the past with various things, ethics, failure for difficulty in recruiting members. It also comes into compliance with some current state statute regarding SSDs. I believe our county attorney, I've looked over them and I think they're they're well stated. I believe Stevens also had a chance to look at them. One change I'm mentioning those is the current liaison. As we all know, we voted for Bill to be the liaison, so hopefully we can get that changed. So Stephen, would we have to put that in the motion to approve that there's just one spot in there that it says that I'm the fifth member.
Oh, they list the names of the members in the bylaws.
It actually, yeah, I saw that in that.
Yeah,
It is,
That should be.
right.
I'd probably maybe,
I think it's in.
it is in the bylaws.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be weird because,
Should we just take out the names then, like put that in the motion to?
yes.
Okay.
I'd recommend removing that entire box because otherwise you will literally create an obligation and redo, which isn't bad, but to redo the bylaws, you're gonna have to do it again every time some commissioner changes or somebody.
Right, that makes sense.
So I think just approving it with the necessary change to remove that box and any references to it, like the colon prior.
Now I
Good luck
can't,
making that motion.
now I can't find what that is, or I'd make the motion. So anyway, I think that there's been a lot of input on this. I think, the board's looked over it a number of times. Our attorneys looked over it, and I think these are all good changes except for the part that we just mentioned. So, Stephen, do you see which article that is?
Yeah, so it's TSSD bylaws 2025, page 1 of 18. It is the box under section 3. All right, hold on. It's the third document attached. Right.
SSD bylaws 2025.
Oh, sorry, 2025.
Yeah, okay. And you said it's under article 3. Oh, yeah, okay. So just delete section 3.
Just the box.
Or just the box, okay. Okay, so I would move to approve the updated TSSD bylaws as written with the exception of the box, which details the board positions, term ending times, and people holding those positions. And that is under section 3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hadler, second by Commissioner Martinez. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion?
I'm making that motion.
Passes.
Jump shot.
6 with 1 absent, Commissioner McCandless absent.
Okay.
And so I believe the next one is
I know we're.
Commissioner McCandless's item number 15.
Want to skip over?
You want me to?
We can skip over to the cloud seeding one.
But no, we're gonna do the Chamber of Commerce after the cloud seeding?
I think she's right there. She might be, I can hear her voice.
Oh, wait.
Here's the ball. Throw it at her.
Maybe not.
It is.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, she stuck around.
All right. So we are up to the resolution of Moab Chamber OHV initiative, Commissioner McCandless.
Thought I could be faster. There was too many people in the hallway. All right, so we're going to, I just want to bring forward this chamber OHV. We heard from Cora earlier. She was talking about how the chamber has 3 specific things that they're working on. And this is an initiative to identify, sign, and market beginner, intermediate, and advanced OHV routes in Grand County. It's a marketing plan. I think the biggest ask from us is one, to support it, which I think is super important to let the OHV community know that Grand County supports them. And then also the piece of the ask that does have a fiscal impact is if we get the OHV grant, our OHV coordinator, that's paid for, but they're asking for a total up to 20 to 40 hours of work from our OHV coordinator that's been paid for by that grant. So the cost to Grand County would be $459, and that would be for benefits if he was able to, if he used all those 40 hours. And mostly he'd be used for mapping, but some other, I don't really know what they do, to be honest with you, but just to be helping them with mapping and some other information, some GIS stuff. And so combined, that would be a maximum amount of $1,501. We might want to add that in the motion, that it wouldn't exceed that. But like I said, most of it exceed, it's on the fiscal impact on the front page, and I did just add that like barely, so I'll take that. It's on the main page, yeah, in the agenda summary, and I have reached out to the state, and this does fit within that grant. And so, if you have any questions, I can answer some more questions. It's really just, they will go to the BLM. If this is the phase one, they'll just start looking at it. They're gonna bring in the groups, Red Rock Four-Wheeler. I'm going to attend those meetings on behalf of with the chamber, and I think some other of the OHV community will be on that committee for the chamber to help recommend to the BLM or to go to the BLM to find out what they can do. And I think it's valuable. I know I was just up in Duchesne, all of their trails are marked, super easy to see and go. I know that people that are hardcore OHV users don't need trails, but people like me, I appreciate them. Even growing up in this community, I still want to be able to go out and make sure that I don't get lost, even though I've been on them 100 times. So I think it has a lot of value and to keep our visitors safe.
Yes, Commissioner Hedin.
I make a motion. I move to approve the resolution to support the Moab OHV initiative to identify, sign, and market beginner, intermediate, and advanced OHV routes in Grand County, Utah, and to provide county staff assistance to track GIS data on proposed routes for the volunteer Moab Chamber of Commerce OHV Advisory Committee.
Not to exceed.
Oh, not to exceed our financial commitment, $1,501.
Motion by Commissioner Hedin. Is that a second by?
Question, but you guys do a second, then I'll go questions.
Second by Commissioner McGann, and we will start off with Mr. McCurdy and then go to Commissioner Hedin.
I know we spoke earlier. I just want to make sure that the public knows also. This is in conjunction with the county also has a designation of using our OHV coordinator. Thank you for the position name. In with trails maintenance, etc. from tying within a state group with Commissioner Martinez and our other board. I just want to make sure that it's with, not an against, or it's in conjunction with, it's not against in any way, or taking hours away from that process also. Yeah, it was a question to you.
Yeah, I think that they're parallel paths. We have one that's gonna market and sign and help with signage, which is a process. And then we have the other piece of our coordinator that is gonna possibly work with the trails and the state crew. And so one is to create more trails and to do heavy maintenance on it. That's what you guys are gonna work on, but what the chamber's initiative is marketing.
Signage.
Okay, and also need Jacques.
Yeah, just
Commissioner Hedin and then Commissioner
did
Hadley.
have multiple people that came to speak in support of this, including the OHV community. And so I want to support that as far as businesses. I think it's a great idea too. I'm not, but I'm a biker, hiker, and it's the same. It's like you go places with map systems, BARM, for example, and it's just, I just think it's great, right? It just allows people that little bit of knowledge, little bit of information, like you said, keep them out of, I like it. Cool.
Commissioner Hadler, and then was it McGann or Martinez?
I didn't raise my hand. I just seconded it.
Go ahead.
I second it.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's a good idea too. Honestly, I'm surprised that we don't already have trails rated and signage. I mean, they make mountain biking around here way easier. Ski resorts have had, green, blue, and black trails for forever. And as a beginner skier, you end up on a black ground, you're in trouble. Kind of the same situation exists for UTV users. I mean, we've all seen situations where people get in over their heads. So it's nice to have that clearly marked. I think it also actually works pretty well, like Melody was saying, with some of the other initiatives. And I think, Melody, I think you misspoke when you said we're going to be creating new trails with that, but we are going to be maintaining existing trails. And that goes along with it too.
Well, maybe we create new biking trails so we could create.
That's not what I was told. I was told improving and maintaining.
Not a subject of this
Yeah, let's not
discussion
talk about it.
anyway. But yeah, it's a good idea. I think it'll be beneficial to all of us really, and the OHV community.
Commissioner Martinez.
So I have a couple of concerns with this. So first off, my original concern was the OHV grant. I brought that up when we were talking to the Motorized Trail Committee. Commissioner McCandless went and, she contacted the state and found out that doesn't look like there's going to be any conflicts with that grant right there. So, that's great to see that right there. But a couple of other things is I'd like to just point out that this was proposed to Emery County under Public Land Solutions right here, and they denied this. And this was at the same time that the San Rafael Swell travel management plan was going on. And I'm not exactly sure why they denied this, if it was, if it's such a popular type of idea. The other thing is that I'd like to bring up is the OHVR grant, right? One of the things of the OHVR grant is that money can be given to basically to a governmental agency or to an OHV user group, right? And I'd just like to make sure that, and I know we're talking about phase 1, which is just identifying these routes, but on phase 2, phase 3, I really would like to follow the money on this, right? And make sure that the money is going to be ending up going and landing with the sponsor of this, which is the Red Rock Four-Wheelers. And this money is not ending up at Public Land Solutions. Because if that's the case, there's definitely going to be a clear conflict of interest in this whole process right here. The other thing that I'd like to bring up as well is the fact that these grants are very competitive, right? So whatever grant that we're putting together, we're putting forth as a board, right? I think that at least I'm realizing right now that these grants are competitive. There's a lot of great projects. And the total cost of this grant is $300,000. Now, is that going to deter from any other grants that we're looking for at the same time? Possibly, right? But what it also might do is there might be another project that comes up in the near future. And we look at that project and we go back to the board and go, hey, great, can we go ahead and apply for this grant? They're going to go, yeah, well, we just gave you $300,000, right? I mean, I think there's 1.7 million in the OHVR fund right there. So this is a good portion of that, with 29 counties vying for that money right there. And then the third thing that was just brought up right here is one of the things that I would think that would be necessary to create a loop right there would be connector trails. And I think that that's one thing that's off the table for the chamber. And I think it's going to be off the table for SUA right now. And the other people that have had some backdoor conversations on this. And it's going to be hard to make a great trail without adding in a couple of connectors. And I almost think this might be a better place to be hosted at the county. But either which way, that's something that we can discuss in the future. If right now we're kind of just going out and identifying these routes. But for future, when we talk about this a little bit later, these are some of the considerations that I'd like to have addressed.
Commissioner Hedin.
Just a couple of questions for you. And so you mentioned, I guess I'm just a little confused. I'm not following all the pieces here. So when you talked about the OHVR, we're saying that phase 2, phase 3 would go to Red Rock Four-Wheelers.
The 300,000 in phase 2, I think, right?
Okay.
Phase 1, this is just my understanding. Phase 1 is not funded, right? You can't get a grant if you don't have an application basically filled out. So phase 1 is getting that project idea together.
Right, okay. And then, so why did you bring up Public Land Solution? Why is that being brought up? And then
This exact initiative right here was brought to Emery County in 2021. Right, from Public Land Solutions.
I understand.
Yeah, you can look it up. Just
I understand, but you don't know why Emery County.
I don't. I contacted Jim Jennings to find out, but it was prior to his time. So I just wanted to figure out why, because it got presented to their travel council board and to their commission, and I just wanted to figure out why they turned it down, and he wasn't able to answer me in such short time.
I'm misquoting you, but I thought you said that there would be a conflict of interest, and if Public Land Solutions was involved.
Correct.
Why is that?
Well, I would see a problem with the head of the chamber, right? Who also pulls money from an organization to be running something and then pulling money back inside.
So I guess, the only statement I'll make, since we don't know why Emery County didn't move in that direction, I don't want to make implications against Public Land Solutions. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not putting any implications out there.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I stated, for the record, that the money does need to go to the OHVR group, and it cannot be going to Public Land Solutions.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yes.
Perfect. My other question that I have even further with that, right, which is going to be hard, is going to be that Red Rock Four Wheelers is for profit. Right? And I'm not sure if these OHVR grants can go to a for-profit business. So the sponsor itself might not even be, but I still think, like I said, we can discuss that later.
Right.
And I do think that it's a valuable, and I think that it's a great initiative.
Yeah.
But I see some problems with the grant as a whole, right? But the initial phase that we're at right now, I completely support it.
Okay, good.
Okay, real quick, I'm gonna let Melody speak, but I wanna go and just make a quick point here is that I know we get a little bit out of Robert's rules here when we have this debate back and forth between two commissioners. And I don't really see it as an issue as long as we all understand that it might happen in the future somewhere else and it shouldn't be pointed out as a negative because it has been in the past. So Melody, I will let you go on and speak to some of Brian's concerns, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that we're just in phase one, so we're not worrying that there's not a grant, and they haven't necessarily stated that that's the particular grant they're gonna go after. They just said that they're going to be doing some grant writing, so they haven't specified that it would be the OHV grant that is competitive with some of the other things that we have going on in our county. And at that point in time, that was to us as a support letter, and we can decide if that's what we want to do. And the money would go to actually to the BLM. I clarified that too. So if the chamber writes a letter on behalf of this project and the BLM's happy with it, then the money would be, the grant would go on behalf of BLM, the BLM would purchase the stuff. So it's not, wouldn't go to anybody else. Wouldn't have to worry about it going to any entities. If you go to BLM, they would pay for the stuff, get it up and probably with help of some of our other groups. But that's to clarify that. And that's down the road. So we're not doing any grants or anything right now, and that letter of support would come to us. And at that point in time, we could decide if we have other things that are competing. And so.
All right. I will call for a vote on the motion by Commissioner Hedin, second by Commissioner McGann for the OHV initiative. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. And we move on to the cloud seeding contribution, and this is Commissioner Martinez.
So let's see here, at the last commission meeting, we brought in Rainmaker to give us a presentation. It was the second time that I heard it. They also gave that presentation to Grand Water and Sewer. Grand Water and Sewer is in favor of this right here. Just a little bit of background, Utah has been cloud seeding since the early 1950s to help augment the state's water supply. The Cloud Seeding Act of 1973 gave authority to the Utah Division of Water Resources to oversee state cloud seeding projects. The Utah legislature continues to support operational cloud seeding activities and pushes for innovation in the field. The state of Utah has provided $350,000 for funding of Rainmaker drone teams this winter with a $50,000 match for the LaSalle and the Abajo Mountains. Grand County is looking to partner with San Juan County, the city of Moab, Grand Water and Sewer Conservancy to meet that match.
I have a question.
Commissioner Hedin.
You're after me.
Are you thinking that, is this ask, Brian, just to kind of say, okay, we're gonna maybe earmark it in, I would assume discretionary is where we're gonna take that money out of for 26, out of the discretionary fund?
I'm not sure yet. It's going to be for 2026. So
Right. That's what I said, the 2026 discretionary. And are we just earmarking it for now?
correct. So yeah, it's not due until. Right.
Okay, and so the grant hasn't necessarily been written because you were saying it's a match, I would assume on a grant.
The grant has been written,
It has
the
been.
cloud seeding is going to take place, and we are coming up with the 50,000
So.
in the meantime.
So, and the grant wasn't in the packet.
Multiple.
The grant wasn't in the packet, so I have all these
I
questions.
don't have the grant.
That's okay.
Right? Yeah,
So, so who are the partners? San Juan County,
correct,
Grand Water and Sewer,
Mhm.
City of Moab,
correct.
us. What about San Juan Spanish Valley Special Service District?
I think that would be coming from San Juan.
Okay,
Right.
because, I mean, I guess,
Commissioner Mon
Yeah.
is going out and asking the folks in San Juan County.
okay,
So she's trying to come up with funds from San Juan County,
right.
right? And then we were coming up with funds for Grand County.
And so are all the splits, all the splits equal? How are you distributing those splits?
Our split is for $10,000. We're not worried about how the other people come up with their split.
Okay, so it can, now can I make a statement? So where I'm struggling, well, I'm struggling on twofold. One, we don't really know the science of cloud seeding. We have, it's variable. I did a fair amount of research today and everything I read was kind of like, works sometimes. And that's fine. That is science. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So that's fine. My rub is we're not water service providers, right? We don't make money off of water. Grand Water and Sewer does, San Juan's City of Moab does, and so does San Juan's Spanish Valley Special Service District. So to me, what I would like to see is those three entities, and I'm not saying maybe equal, they would have to kind of do their own, jerry rigging. They bear the brunt of the grant match because they're going to then turn around and sell that water. We're not. And I think we, step forward as saying we support it. Maybe I'm more apt to say like $5,000 and even San Juan $5,000. Like we support these water service providers selling the possible water that could come out of this. That's the way I see it. So I'm just kind of throwing that out.
Commissioner McCurdy and then Commissioner McCandless.
I'll make the motion. I move to allocate 10,000 from the 2026 budget to apply toward the required match for cloud seeding of Sal and Abajo Mountains this winter.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner McCurdy, second by Commissioner McCandless. Further discussion? Oh, yes, County Attorney.
RDC, isn't it, Bill?
I'm just, however we want to do this, I was just gonna ask a question to Gabe, whether it's easier to just put this as a line item in the budget, because there's no contract here, there's no document here. Or, because otherwise it's just this floating approval in this meeting from these minutes that we have to give to the budget, like, however you guys want to do it, however you want to approve it, that's fine. That's what Quinn and I were discussing, kind of seems more vacant to being put into the budget, because we're not assigning it to a particular, unless it's saying that we're going to take those funds and utilize it specifically for Rainmaker. But there's nothing in the motion that says that we're going to give it to Rainmaker. It says that we're going to do it for a match. So I'm just pointing that out there. I was just gonna ask Gabe his preference, but I don't have a dog in the fight on where it goes. I'm just trying to make it make sense.
I guess that's why I said within our discretionary budget, because I do think we earmarked a few things. I know that timed entry was earmarked, that we don't just earmark that, right? And then that way we know where those monies, because we did elevate that budget quite a bit. And so to me, it's great to have those kind of line items within that,
And I believe that there will be some documentation from the state. The grant match will go to the state. It is not going to go to Rainmaker, to my knowledge. Now, we would have to.
But that's the weird floating thing that normally we have an expenditure tied to whoever. If it's best to put it in the budget, we could do a line item for the budget. Obviously, if it passes on a vote, we could allocate to a line item in the budget. I'm just trying to make sure whenever we have a document, we can have that tracking for comm admin. They go, perfect, we've got a document. The next step here is, I don't know. And that's where then the commission's gonna have to either remind Mark on which company and how we want it to go. And so I'm just noting that it might be easier to just put it in the budget. That's however you guys want to work it out. I'm just noting that this is a thread that now Mark's gonna have to keep track of to make sure it gets to where we want to get to. And you probably are gonna have to, it's gonna come back to you guys. If it's gonna be a contract with the state of Utah to be a match part of a grant, you guys are gonna see that grant again.
We'd want to make sure it gets put on the pre-authorized expenditure list.
Right. So we're here to facilitate whatever it is you guys want to do. I'm just trying to help make sure that's the next step. So I'll stop talking.
Commissioner McGann.
That makes more sense.
Well, we're still gonna vote for the allocation. We are gonna have to come up with the documentation and find out where Gabe wants to put it in the budget. Commissioner McCurdy.
It's my time too, unless it's.
All right.
It's time to.
Commissioner Hadler, please.
This kind of sent me down a rabbit hole. It was interesting. Just of, what is this thing? And after hours of looking stuff up online, I'm not convinced it works. I think it's like murky at best. It's kind of 50-50. It might work, it might not. I don't think we're gonna get 20% out of it. I don't think we're gonna get 5% out of it, but maybe we will. I think under the circumstances of our financial situation right now, that spending $10,000 on this is unwise, and kind of grasping at straws we don't need to grasp at. So I don't support it.
Commissioner Hedin and then Commissioner McCurdy.
Sure.
I'm time two.
Okay, okay.
I'm coming back around.
I think I'm time two.
Oh, your time two first.
Okay.
You go.
Okay, so I am not gonna vote for it. However, I would, and I'm just throwing this out, if it came back with the actual grant, we have an understanding of the breakdown, we have a firm understanding of where this is going. I don't think we have any of that. To me, this is we have a PowerPoint from the company. And then two, again, I'd reiterate that I think it's important for the county to show support, but we're not selling water. I think those water service providers should be bearing the bulk of this. And then we say, yeah, we're here, we support you. We'll give you $5,000. San Juan County gives you $5,000 and we're in. And we're in for a little bit, but I'm not gonna support it at this amount and without any grant, without any knowledge as to what the split is, we got nothing.
Okay, Commissioner McCurdy and then Commissioner McCandless.
How do we float $100,000 for housing? But we can float $10,000 on the budget last year we floated $100,000 for housing.
We put it in the budget.
Can we just not do the same with 10?
We could earmark that in the discretionary.
Want to weigh in? I apologize.
Yeah, sorry, Gabe.
I skipped you.
This is all you.
I'm ready whenever.
Yeah, please do. Let's move
Yeah.
to you and then down the line.
All I had to say, like the motion as it reads is kind of just as what is being suggested, and it would still require sort of a follow-up approval of a contract and a purchase, whether it's on the pre-authorized list or if it's just part of the contract that gets approved. And so it's pretty clear to me. I can manage it as it is as far as, and we can sort of certainly follow up on what line it would end up on. So
thank you, Commissioner McCandless and then Commissioner Martinez.
I just want to comment on, yeah, we're not in the water selling business, but we are in the wanting water for our community and to keep our mountain wet so we don't have forest fires. And I agree. I read a lot of that stuff on the cloud seeding and it's really intriguing. And there is proof that some water, actually, there's no way to really know, but if it works, great.
That's what we know. We know what we don't know.
Yeah, they've been going since 1973. They do have a lot of data and it's gonna take a lot more time than the 2 weeks that I've had to go through and actually pile through that and understand, how effective this is gonna be. And not only just how effective this is gonna be, but how effective it's gonna be in our mountains, right? Which is something that we don't know, right? It's gonna be different. We've tried it in the past. We tried to use the ground method in the past up in the LaSalle Mountains. And it wasn't successful.
Oh, terracing, you mean?
What's that?
Oh, the ground.
Yeah, the ground.
Yeah, gotcha, yeah.
And it was it was the same silver iodide,
Yep.
right, that they shot up and they found that there wasn't enough uplift to actually get the iodide up into the clouds. And so, this is checking out. And I think the fact that the state's putting in $350,000 on this, it's well worth going out there and seeing, right? Is this something that's viable? Especially for a little desert community that's constantly concerned about water. I think that it's a wise spend, just for the research alone, I think that it's worth.
Any further discussion? I'll call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion by Commissioner McCurdy, seconded by Commissioner McCandless. Those in favor? Those opposed?
You want to bring that in?
Motion passes. Three opposed, Commissioner Dean, Commissioner Hadler, and Commissioner McGann. And we will move on to the letter to the BLM regarding Labyrinth Rim and the Gemini Bridges reassessment. And I believe this is you, Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah, give me 1 second here. background. So this letter right here is in response to the Bureau of Land Management officials releasing the motorized vehicle route designations within the Labyrinth Gemini Bridges travel management area. In particular, the BLM is reassessing whether certain routes currently designated as closed or limited to off-highway vehicles should be redesignated as open to OHV use. The process has and will be informed by agency, cooperators, and the public, including public comment period that ends October 24th, 2025. The comment period was about a month, so it was the standard comment period on something like this. In the Labyrinth Gemini Bridges Travel Management Plan completed in 2023, BLM designated about 700 miles of routes as open to off-highway vehicle travel. The BLM also designated about 100 miles of routes as available for limited OHV use, and about 300 miles of routes closed to OHVs. The interactive map is available online. If people want to comment on their own, I highly suggest that they do that. And yeah, I think this is, I'll just go ahead and speak for just a minute real quick. I do like the fact of the process that has happened. As I've followed this, this travel management all the way from 2008, I've noticed that it's been a net sum game, right? As everyone's concerned, like, oh, I got 20% of this, or I got 40% of this, or I got 60% of this. And everyone's kind of using these numbers and they're pushing it around. I really appreciate the fact that this is a route specific, right? Because there are some routes in here that are, I mean, the tubes and dead cow, for instance. I mean, I take that as the equivalent of the whole enchilada, right? I mean, it is that great of a ride. People will travel all around the world to come see that. The historical significance of Hey Joe is, I mean, it's for the locals more than for anybody else. The fact that we can get inside of these things. And of all the comments that I heard, tonight and that I've read, there's a lot of talk of the negatives of this as we're going against this plan. And I don't think it's going against the previous plan. There's concessions that are made inside of this letter right here, just in itself, right? I mean, if we look at it from 2008, and it's hard to kind of get the numbers of, and Trish, I do appreciate you helping me out with my letter and going through there, but it is hard to find that 2,000 miles, because as Lynn actually brought up, right, they didn't go ahead and survey and monitor that area specifically. So they had to go ahead and pull and take and say, this is part of this management plan, and this is part of this travel management area. So the 2,000 is pretty rough when you kind of look at it. Right, but either which way you look at it, we went from having 2,000 miles of trails to 1,000 miles of trails. And I think that was a pretty big compromise right there. And it's hard when we look at these maps and we talk about, like the areas, right? Because you have roads and then you have trails. When you have trails, the trails, they go all over the roads, right? Because they're going after the most unique terrain, right? There's all kinds of different ways. They're going out to these special overlooks, right? It's just a certain flow of how things were built out there. And when we look at the Legacy and Road Act, right, it says that we need to have an adequate system of roads and trails, right? So that we need to have an adequate system of both of them. And right now, I just don't know if there's really an adequate system of roads and trails out there. I mean, I've been biking out in that area for a long time, and I can cover the majority of that in a couple of days on those 600 miles on a bike.
All right, sure. Commissioner Hadler.
First off, the Legacy Roads and Trails Act just pertains to the Forest Service, not the BLM. So it doesn't apply here. 630 miles is still 630 miles. I mean, that's way more than there is biking trails. I mean, you can ride it in a few days or whatever. I mean, I've ridden every mountain bike trail in this area probably 20 times, and I still love it. It's awesome. But a couple of other things. I mean, I think I've heard tonight a lot of people say that there's this narrative that Moab is closed to UTVs, and that narrative was propagated by the motorized crew. That was a BLM or BLM, it was a BR Blue Ribbon Coalition fundraising point. I mean, they were on their website. If you went to that, you would have thought that Moab was closed from all the, the negative comment there that I think was directly propagated by them so that they could raise money. I think that hurt the perception of Moab way more than anything else. As far as the routes go, I've heard about Easter Jeep Safari routes, and I think those are cool. A lot of those are great. I've driven many of them myself. We still have 91% of the Easter Jeep Safari routes available to us. Only 19.4 miles out of 978 miles of Easter Jeep Safari routes were closed. Contrary to the assertions in the letter, the BLM actually supports its decisions with verifiable information. Just a small example of that is that BLM has determined that use in 10 Mile Canyon is having ongoing adverse impacts to riparian and cultural resources. I think that's very fair, and I think that previous to the closure, they weren't able to mitigate those at all, and I am fairly convinced that they wouldn't be able to in the future. All of the closures that the BLM talked about in their decision are well justified by science and research. And just because you don't like it, Brian, doesn't mean you get to assert that it's not true. That's just not right. And I'm actually okay with reopening quite a few of the routes. I really am. There's a few that I think are particularly impactful and impactful on the environment and other user groups. To me, and I know these are probably the most contentious ones, but to me, the kind of the most impactful and important routes are 10 Mile, which the BLM actually didn't even include in their assessment. They didn't put that in there. You added that, and the Motorized Trail Committee added part of that. I think that's an extremely sensitive canyon. There's lots of other places to ride, and I realize that's a lot of these places are cherished to people. I've had, and it does hurt. I've had cherished places where I've enjoyed riding mountain bikes closed, and I totally understand. But I think that sometimes it's necessary. I also think, along with 10 Mile, the Hey Joe section, I think the section along Bonop Bend, I don't think that should be a motorized route. I mean, I'm not really a river runner. I'm not a good boatman like you are and other people are, but I love that section of river because I can take my family. I took my kids on it when they were like 2 and 5 because it's not dangerous. There's no rapids. It's easy. You can do it in a canoe. You can cruise along. And it absolutely impacts you when you get to that area, when you've been out in the wilderness for 2 days and you get to that area and all of a sudden there's UTVs, rolling around on that road. And I don't think it's a massive ask to close a small piece of road in that area to keep that canyon closed to folks who come for that aspect of recreation. I mean, there's not many beautiful rivers like that someone like me can run that doesn't have a road along it in the whole Western US. There's very, very few. People can access it by boat. You can hike in, you can do those kind of things. It's not inaccessible. So those are two of the big ones for me. I don't dirt bike, but I have a ton of friends in town who dirt bike, and they've said what you said. They said Dead Cow and the tubes are a cherished motorcycle route. And I think that there are ways, I think Cliff mentioned in his letter that there are ways to reroute part of that away from the river so that we can still have that. And I'd endorse that if we could do that. I understand the recreational value of that route for people. So I think that could potentially be an option. And there's user conflict with motorized. I've said this before. When I'm out riding my bike and someone blows past me on a UTV with their headphones on or music blaring and dust flying, it's not a conflict for them. They don't notice. It's a conflict for me, when I get run off the road, or when you're on the river and you're experiencing solitude and wilderness, and all of a sudden, you 5 UTVs roll past you. It's a conflict. The definition of conflict isn't just two guys going face to face and jawing, you know? And it's a conflict for wildlife, riparian areas that are super sensitive in those areas. So I don't support the letter. I think it goes way too far. I think there are absolutely concessions that can be made. And I think that a number of the routes are justifiable in reopening. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, if we sat down and looked at it route by route and maybe had some give and take, but that's probably not going to happen. Yeah, for now, that's and this is you know, this is an initiative under this administration. You know, this letter is going to pass, the BLM is going to open a bunch of routes, and then in 5 years, we're going to be looking at the same thing again, unfortunately. So it is what it is. Have fun with it.
Commissioner Hadeen, and then I'm going to weigh in, and then
I asked Quinn can you project that map that I sent, if you don't mind, share that? And what this is simply a map from when we had the closures in 23. And what there was actually Jacques' wife did the GIS work on it and just put a buffer on the road, so a half-mile buffer. And so then that way you just get a visual if it does come up. If it doesn't, life goes on. But we just have a visual of that area and the amount of roads in that area, so that we have an understanding when we say there's not enough roads. Hopefully this gives you a visual as to the amount of roads. And I'm sure everybody has an understanding of so again, that half-mile buffer is in red. And then, you know, once you go farther out, you can see the areas that I think it's a mile and then 3 miles. And it's really interesting to look at Grand County in totality, because you get into green, and I think the green was 3 miles. I can't see the key, but does it say 3 miles, Quinn? The green, over 3 miles. Really, the only area in the entire county that has that is some areas in the Book Cliffs. So, which is kind of intriguing just to look at maps like that. I find them quite intriguing. But I think we all know that, you know, the bulk of these roads came from mining exploration, cattle to get water, or cattlemen to get water to their cattle. And now, you know, we've moved into a rec economy. And that being said, we need to think about parsing out those user groups, right? So I'm not anti-OHV. I love to hear that all the time. It's not that. It's just we as a commission have to think about our rec economy holistically. And we look at things like the Trail to Tomorrow. It's that the bulk of our visitors come to hike, right? They come to bird watch, they come to do all these other things. And so when we look at that rec economy, I think we need to think about, okay, how do we try to, which is very difficult, satisfy all of those users? And there is conflict. I've heard again and again, we don't have user conflict. There's literally, I tried to do a quick Google search on how many research papers are out there on user conflict. And it's like, I can't even, it's endless. I mean, we have entire departments. USU has an entire rec resource management department. I'm within, you know, the umbrella of that larger College of Natural Resources, and we have an entire department that just deals with rec resource management. And so these managers are, you know, saddled with trying to say, how do I provide solitude for some and motorized travel for others? And it's difficult, right? And that's where I think we need to be thinking more about compromise. I'll state, you know, and I actually said this to Brian when we were out with Kendall looking at in the Dolores Triangle. I think it was one of you said, what's your rub? And for me, it's wildlife, right? That's my rub. And I'm going to just kind of give you a few quick statistics. So in 1960 in the state of Utah, there were remnant amounts of bighorns, desert bighorn. That's all they say. I can't find a number. They say remnants, right? So they existed. We know they existed because they're all over petroglyph panels, but they barely existed. And so now we have about 2,800 desert bighorns. When you look at desert bighorns and their range and in the management plan, it's all along those river corridors, right? Like that is where they exist along. And so it's just imperative. I really quickly, the rattlesnake herd, there's 138, LaSalle Potash, 134, Lockhart 55, so approximately 325 sheep kind of in that area. There is, again, a lot of studies. I actually just had a week within my class. I teach a class, Human Dimensions and Wildlife Management, on just transportation systems and their effects on wildlife. All transportation systems. And this is what they do. It fragments habitat. It destroys habitat in some case, soil compaction, erosion. It's invasive species. It erodes water quality. It stresses these animals to where they're not foraging enough, where they're not mating effectively. And and then it displaces animals. So in the end, you know, these animals, and when you look at a map like this, they need areas of refuge. And when you look at a map like this, there's just not a lot. I actually was just hunting down on Elk Ridge, and you know, it was funny because every hunter I talked to was like, where are the elk? Where are the elk? Where are the elk? A couple things. One, it was hot, and two, there was full moon. So those animals just feed at night when it's full moon. But it's like when there's that many people, and there was a ton of people ripping around, trucks, UTVs, you name it, they just dive into those canyons. They go down in dark canyon. They're not going to stand up on top and know that they hear that thing coming. It's like somebody's going to shoot at me out of this thing. And so it affects wildlife. And so for me, it's a wildlife deal. I appreciate how in depth you went on the different trails, and I support, again, if Jacques supports, we could reopen this and this. One thing I did say, Brian, I think there's a couple things in this letter, they're just unnecessary jabs. And to be honest, and this is me just being a professor here for a second, I don't think they're really representative of a legislative body making a comment to a land management agency. There's no need for them, to be honest. And I did point those out to you, whether you want to make any changes or not. I just said I don't think that they're necessary. I do appreciate, one, you giving me that letter and allowing me to make comments, and then also giving me feedback on where the numbers come from. And I appreciate all that. But I think, to say things like this demonstrates responsible management, particularly when compared to 2023, which was fueled by political influence of expanding wilderness groups and marred by questionable practices and self-dealing. That's just not needed. That's just not needed. We're trying to make a recommendation to a land management agency. We don't need to be throwing out our political jabs. I don't think it's appropriate, but that's just me. So I won't be voting for this either. But again, I felt like it was imperative that I make it known as to why.
Yeah, so I'm gonna weigh in on a few items, and then I know Mary McGann, and then Mike McCurdy, and then Brian Martinez, so we get a chance here. I want to just go off of a few points. The previous commission went too far in expecting the BLM to close down RS 2447 roads. And you could even say that when they made statements, they were actually considering breaking the law because they were trying to take away the right that the Grand County owns to those roads and the state of Utah owns. So we were giving up access to RS 2447 roads that we didn't have the authority to do as a commission. I've just got multiple points I want to go through on. And this letter doesn't undo what the BLM put in place. This is just a comment to the BLM. This is our comment to the BLM as a cooperating agency. Now, the previous commission, they sent their letter in, and I'm sure that there were commissioners that voted against it. I probably did. And you're free to vote against this one as well. I disagree with the remarks that we shouldn't be putting some of those things in there because they were in the previous letter and they're referenced. And so, I want to go to the fact that I really have a new appreciation for the BLM, the people at the BLM in the Moab office, because working the Deer Creek fire as I did, and then working with them out on Mud Springs, I know that they're going to take our comments. They're going to take all the comments of everybody in this community, even out of this community, and they're going to weigh them all in, and they're going to make some decisions. And so I have a new respect for them, and I think that they'll do a good job when all of this comes out. This letter is just giving a statement to them. This isn't telling them that this is the way it's gonna be. We're still gonna have to wait and see what they come up with. I over a few other things. You mentioned bike trails. I'd really like to know how many miles of bike trails Grand County has. That's an interesting thought as to how many miles there are. So that we could have a little bit of a comparison here. And then I wanna discuss the wildlife just a little bit. When I was a kid, it was stated that there were 15 elk left on the LaSalle Mountain Range. You weren't allowed to hunt elk. They were trying to bring them back. And so from 1962 until this time right now, we see elk overrunning the LaSalles to the point that they put out special hunts on them. And all during the time when there's OHV traffic and there is increased traffic by recreation, there's increased traffic by ranchers, there's increased pressure from fires because of poor fire management. We can look at wildlife and see that when they have the right circumstances, they proliferate quite well. And we talk about the sheep, and I like the sheep. I see them everywhere. I go around quite a bit, and lots of times I see the most of them right out here on the highway as I'm going past Arches. And you go up the hill to where the train cut is there. They're always along the highway. They are walking on the paths where the train track is there. It's astounding to me that we constantly use them as an excuse to try and block people out of something. And I might be aging myself just a little bit, but I was hauling ore out of Hajo Canyon and Mineral Bottom, riding in a dump truck with my dad and with another friend, probably before you were born, Jacques. So a little 4 or 5 mile, I was 8 years old and I'm 67. So I don't know where we are. You might have been born, but I'm saying there's a little section going into Hajo Canyon of approximately 5 miles that I would like to have access for the rest of my life to, motorized. So it's understandable. The canyon from Green River all the way down, I don't know how many miles are there to the confluence, 50, 60 miles of river. And we want to share 5 miles of it. I think that's not a big request. I think that it should be considered. I just don't think that there isn't room here to share a little bit. There's room for the wildlife. We've done a good job on the LaSalles with the elk. We've done a good job all over with the bighorn. There's plenty of room for compromise in this letter. And again, it's going to fall on the shoulders of some people at the BLM that are going to have to make this decision. And I just 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been as confident as I am now. I feel like those people do a good job. They work hard. They get attacked by the left. They get attacked by the right. They're never not doing enough. They get sued by everybody. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't want a job at the BLM for loving the money. So I just think that sometimes we blow things a little bit out of proportion. We need to learn to work together a little bit more, collaborate on these things. And I understand your points, Jock. I wouldn't want the dust when I'm on a bicycle either, but I know a lot of bike trails that you don't have that problem on. So
I'm trying to find you the number of trails in Grand County too, Bill.
I'm going to go to Mary, and then I think it was Mike, and then Martinez. So thank you.
I'm gonna make mine very short because I think we know how people are gonna vote. I don't mind opening some of the trails. I don't mind that at all. I think some of it could be, but I think this letter goes way too far. And I think the one that concerns me the most is the University of New Mexico and the University of Utah State University, both of separate, totally different people, studied 10 Mile Canyon. And they both came up with the same conclusion, that the motorized vehicles were causing irreparable damage and problems in an area where that's about one of the only riparian areas. It's very, it's very sacred, it needs to be protected. So there's, some of my things open. I'm not I have no opposition to some of them being open. I do think this is just, when I read something in the newspaper and, you know, and then all of a sudden in the middle of this explanation, you know, where facts are being given, somebody throws out a philosophy or a political point of view. It tends to make me question everything else. Because then I see the point of view that they're coming from, rather than seeing it that this is this and this and this and this. And so, you know, I feel the hyperbole you put in there, for instance, critics, or the one that Trish wrote, and there was another one I did mark it, but I think that takes away from the power of your letter. I think your letter would be more powerful because a lot of people read with discernment like that, because they're even teaching it in school now to read, so you know what's being presented as fact, but yet on many levels is somebody's opinion. It's an editorial, it's not factual. So I think that it weakens the letter to put in all of that, and I think it goes way too far. And so because of that, I won't be voting for it. But I'm not against a lot of the things you say in there. But I do think if you took that hyperbole out, it would strengthen your letter.
Mr. McCurdy. Thank you, Commissioner Martinez, for asking me to fill in for your motorized trail committee. I have traveled some of the area prior to closures, and I mean, haven't after closures. I was pretty neutral on the subject. A lot of my constituents haven't been so neutral to me meeting in the streets over the years on this subject, but a lot of these trails and roads predate, well, all of us easily, even though some of you are old. But that's why we're pushing touchy subjects. But okay, the easier would be to open existing trails. We're not looking to even the motorized trail committee isn't looking to add trails. They're looking for trail access to existing roads and trails. They're not looking out there looking to make a bunch of new ones. So I mean, it was pretty eye-opening going to their meeting and attending, but that's why this letter has my backing, because it's existing routes. You're not going out there making new ones, and they're existing for, I mean, tens of years, 50s of years. These trails were like Trish stated, cattle trails, cattle roads. I mean, mining roads. They weren't for motorized recreation originally, but they've been roads that long, back in the cattle and mining times within our area. So reopening existing trails, in my eyes, is nothing but a good thing.
Commissioner McCandless.
Go ahead, you go first.
Sorry, so I am absolutely in favor of opening these roads. I grew up here, and the majority of the people that I grew up with were super disappointed when these were closed. Lots of my friends that come to Moab were very disappointed. A lot of them don't come here anymore. You know, we have other areas like Duchesne, Salina, Richfield opening up trails and creating new trails. I mean, we just want to open up the ones that we used to have. And I do agree with Bill, and I have faith that the BLM is going to look at it. And if there is real reasons for them to keep those roads closed, that they will do it. So this is a suggestion. I want 10 Mile back open. I'm not gonna lie, it's where my family went to Easter every single year of my life, you know, and it's super neat. And if they decide not to reopen it, then I'm gonna respect that. But am I gonna ask? Absolutely, because I would love for it to be open. I would love to go there all the time. I hardly even go out that area anymore because all the roads I used to go to are closed. And so I understand the sheep and the animals and all of your concerns. But I know that the people that I grew up with and the people that live in this community, this is what they want. And I know there's a lot of people that don't. We've heard both sides. So we're here to, like I said, we've got the same as the water tank. We've got people that don't like it and people that do like it. People that, you know, are gonna benefit from it and others that don't. And I'm sorry that people dust you out on your bike. I always try when I'm riding around on my OHV to slow down. But sometimes they pass me and I have to pass them again.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of review a couple of things that were said right here. So first off, it's, you know, Jock said this is a political football. And I don't think so, right? I mean, there is compromise even in this right here. I had them put up the map right here of the routes that we're asking. We're not asking for the 300 miles back, right? We're not asking for the 1,000 miles that was taken back in 2008. That would be a political football. If we wanted to go and say, we want everything open that's ever been closed, that would be a political football. We're asking for the routes that we cherish to be opened back up again, right? That's where we're at. And you know, this conflict, this user conflict going both ways, that there's no user conflict when you get dusted out, Jock. I disagree, because you went and told the BLM that they weren't going far enough to close down the trails. So yeah, there is a user conflict. You told them to go ahead and close our trails down, right? I think of that as harm done towards me and my users that like those areas. And then second off, kind of going back to a couple of the routes, 10 Mile Canyon, the 2008 decision was decided that they could manage the impacts, right, without closing the trails, right? I'd like to see them go out and go ahead and make that decision again. Go out and do the research and find out if the impacts can be mitigated, because it's a cherished spot. I mean, it's the spot that I took my kids to learn how to dirt bike and ride in the sand. It doesn't sound like something to somebody else, but anybody who's learned how to ride in the sand, you know that you have spent a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears that day, because it's terrible. You know, you're sliding all around, you're just moving all over the place. And then once you get it, you're like, this is the greatest thing in the whole world. I'm having so much fun out there. And when we go riding on the trail and we get back to that spot and they see that sign that says that it's closed down, it's hard, because they're like, well, why? Why is this closed down? And I explained to them that, you know, we have to go around, that this was the decision that was made. But I would like to see that open. And I'm only one generation in this. I mean, there are people who've been visiting this for 3-4 generations out there in these same places, and they have traditions that are being broken because of these closures. So I'd like to have that reevaluated. And that's kind of where we're at. Talking about Hey Joe, right? I mean, 2 words, the Dingle Act, right? Part of the Dingle Act said that if we're going to designate this as a scenic river right there, right, that we were going to still allow the roads to still be there. I mean, we just spoke with John Curtis, who was involved in that. That was part of the negotiations that happened. And the second that negotiation happened, right, we went right after those roads. And it is a beautiful spot. I love that section of the river. I just had a trip get pulled off of there, and the people had a fantastic time. And I ran trips there, you know, for 20 years, and it's a great spot. Talking a little bit about the wildlife, you know, the last biologist that I spoke to from the BLM said that right now we're seeing an increase in lambing, right? And that's happening at a time where we're seeing an increase in use. So I do think that there's probably some time for a little bit more research to be done out there before we're going to go ahead and close down trails based on just the sheep. And you know what? I'm so happy that Bill brought that up, but we have the BLM to go ahead and make those decisions. We're not making those decisions. We're just asking for them to go ahead and reanalyze those spots. And then, you know, finally, I'd like to just ask you guys a question. Were you guys involved with Nada Culver in the BLM Labyrinth Rims discussions prior to this?
In 2023.
In 2023,
Yeah.
did you have discussions with her?
Yes.
So was that when she was the deputy director, or was that when she was the head of the Wilderness Society?
Oh,
Was that when she was the lawyer that was
worked for the
actually
BLM.
was pushing
No, she worked for the BLM.
original? Oh, okay, she worked for the BLM.
Yeah.
So it wasn't when she was the
My
lawyer.
understanding is, yeah, she was just below.
Yeah, but it wasn't when she was the lawyer working on the SUA versus the Department of the Interior
No,
case.
I wouldn't have even known that.
deciding-
I wouldn't have even known that. What I know is when
That's
we were speaking to her, she worked for the BLM.
okay, perfect, because that's what we were talking about when we're talking about the Yeah, what was the statement that was brought up? I have to go back and go look at it. Here's how I brought that up. It was the self-dealings, right? That's what I was mentioning when I was talking about that. And that's also the legal basis, and one of the legal bases of why they're going ahead and reanalyzing this.
Commissioner McCurdy,
I'm time to, do we have a motion?
No.
we do not.
I move to approve the letter of the Bureau of Land Management regarding Labyrinth Rim's Gemini Bridges travel management area.
Motion by Commissioner McCurdy,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner McCandless. Further discussion? Mr. Hadler,
150 miles, Bill.
thank you.
I'm not.
Yeah, I can do that a couple times in a month. Whatever.
It's still good.
Y'all guys,
175. All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor of the letter? Those opposed? Motion passes with Commissioner Hadeen, Commissioner Hadler, and Commissioner McGann opposed.
It might be on.
Moving on, we are up to a discussion item. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah,
Discussion item of the creation of a county policy regarding the process of applying administrative fees to county departments. Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start off. So at the last NTAB board, we went through the budget. One of their duties is one of the special duties actually then was by the state, they're required to approve the budget. And also provide a recommendation money to the spot right here of the standard TRT and TRCCA. We held the week previous, we held a budget workshop prior so that we could go through and, let everybody have their chance to, make any kind of tweaks or comments that they have. And then the day that we were going to approve the budget, we got there was a request from the clerk auditor's office to add $250,000 in admin fees. And that was given to the she's an assistant director right there. I never saw that. The board had never seen that. It was just go ahead and try to figure out the budget with an additional $250,000. Now, I'm not exactly sure if that's, all of the details right there, but it was definitely something that was difficult to deal with at that board meeting.
And who said that the
It came from the clerk auditor. And so what we're discussing is there a policy to put administration fees into onto departments?
I know, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I know it, I'll kind of bring up my other job at a school district level. We definitely, any exterior money we bring in, they take a cut. And the bummer is they take a pretty big cut. They take like 18% of all my grants, which is hefty, right? It's hefty. I mean, it's big, yeah. So I guess I don't know what the county policy is. So it's an interesting topic.
Well, I would think that maybe we need to hear from the clerk auditor.
Yeah.
And then possibly come up with a policy.
Yeah.
Happy to share what I came up with. It was introduced at a late time. We have something in place that I haven't ever really been able to figure out a methodology that was used to derive, but I know for a fact that it's been at least 7 years since it's been updated, and costs of things certainly have gone up. Not to, perhaps not to the degree to which the sort of the relative increase that was offered or proposed. I want to stress that it was a proposal. The Office of Tourism budget still has to go before the advisory board, it still has to go before the commission, perhaps be discussed more. So certainly I was, it certainly is a starting point. But I was able to get some feedback from another county auditor, one in particular that I've gotten to know at UAC conferences and I know to be highly respected in her fields. And she as Chantel and I were working through different approaches to how to figure out, and what we're talking about for anyone who's kind of like having a hard time sort of catching up. It's just all the overhead that, is provided to departments that aren't funded by the general fund. And there's quite a long list of things that, are offered to the departments. In particular, it would include Sandflats, the Moab Office of Tourism, the Roads Department. Those are the kind of the top examples. I believe maybe not the library, never mind. Trails was the fourth one. There are four. So anyway, I had been always nervous about that charge not having the appropriate amount of sort of justification and backup in terms of how we assess it. And I wanted a solid approach to get into this budget, and everything's happening really fast. And so what Allison McCoy from Tooele County offered is what she does in her county, which is assess 10%, which is the federal indirect cost overhead rate on all expenditures that don't include things like capital projects and grants. And so as far as like having something that's clear, measurable, transparent in how it's applied, and something that can be very easily updated from year to year, I thought it was a viable solution. And the 250 was represented the cap that is established that also is used in that kind of.
10%.
That's what was proposed, and it's a lot.
Was it 10%? I got it.
10%, yeah. So
I'd like to go to the county attorney
Please.
and then I'll take comments around the room.
And just giving context to what we've seen historically from USU, when we had those discussions, I think Commissioner Hathler was involved in that. I can't remember if Commissioner Winfield was.
Yeah.
When we talked with them originally, when we were giving the funding to USU to fund the position for Tom Peters, I think it is in that role now.
No,
that's
Corey.
No, it's not.
Thompson.
Tom.
Yeah.
They took a percentage and a chunk out of it, and I can't remember what the percentage for USU was, but it was kind of a shock factor I think for all of us when we sat and talked about it, because we thought that we were funding the full position, and then they informed us, and I think theirs was between 7 and 9%.
Might even have been emails around that.
Yeah, I remember that, but I can't remember the number.
Something that it is seen, it is, we experienced it. And so if we do have that policy, I think it'd be a good practice to that whenever we issue grants to other entities, they've tried to do this with us in the past. We had people that received the grants that wanted to have money set aside for taxes or things like that. So whatever policy, I'd encourage the commission to consider the percentage point, and then also make the policy clear so that it's not attempted to be utilized against the county when we're giving out grants and then turn around and say, hey, we want to use X amount of percentage for an administrative fee. So I again, don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just pointing out options on best practice.
Okay, I believe Commissioner Hadeen, Commissioner McCurdy, Commissioner McGann, and if
I just had that quick question.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's indirect costs that the school district takes out of my department. And what's interesting is we get a chart every year with all the counties, and it actually varies per county. So I don't know if it was something that was negotiated internally. Does that make sense? But that rate is different for every county, and I'm not exactly sure why. So maybe it's just a matter of, I don't know if we do a little bit of research and find out what a good indirect cost rate is, because it is great when you are grant writing also, like we actually get these documents that as soon as we put in numbers, it's actually calculating the indirect cost rate. They're just skimming it right off the top. So yeah, I think if we can do a little bit of research and come up with a number that's palatable, just buy it.
Yes, Commissioner McCurdy.
If I would have known that Utah State was taking 7 to 9%, et cetera, that would have changed my vote. And I wouldn't have gave them that money.
And they explained
There's plenty of good going on up there, just.
Yeah, and when they had a conversation, it was a surprising piece, but we all discussed that last time. But I do think it makes sense when you're trying to fund this, that the idea is that you're receiving an additional benefit from the county that you normally wouldn't have on a standalone entity. So like roads department, they get benefits from the county that aren't being funded exactly. So for example, roads department gets a lot of funding in, we pay for the salaries, but then we have an entire HR department that helps facilitate and assist. And so that's what the conversation's about. One other way to look at this, and this is, and then the auditor correct me, but the understanding of the ability is that you can utilize this mechanism to charge that fee to take and maybe remove any restrictions on those funds. Like, for example, if you were using it to facilitate making expenditures for what would be a promotional salary. I don't know if there's an ability to do that when you're looking at the promotional salary and taking a percentage of it and charging that back to the county for that salary, and then using those TRT funds. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we've all, like, for years and years, we've spent TRT promotion on administrative service.
Right.
Not to the scale that had been proposed by, so I recognize that.
Yeah.
But you know, Seth came and looked at our books, and there was no problem with that.
Yeah, and that's not a weird practice, but it allows you to free up some of those funds that come in, be it through the roads department, to help offset the costs that the county's incurring, facilitating and supporting that department.
It offsets.
It offsets general fund expenditures. So it's not a negative thing.
Right.
Couple of things.
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry.
you mentioned the federal. I mean, is there a state statute we can follow or look into? And then the third thing is, I just did look that up, and the USU took 9% of our money up on that project. So I think it's worth coming up with something so that we're all on the same page, and it's not a surprise, and that it can be used as it should be.
And I want to be very clear, like, and Chantel can attest to this, because we spent a few weeks off sort of bouncing this idea around and trying to develop what might be more in-depth methodologies that would be harder to replicate from year to year. But like, I was very clear with Chantel every step of the way. I reminded her multiple times that this is not a scheme to create more money. That's not what this is about. This is about accurate accounting, and just this is just about accurate, defensible accounting. Has nothing to do with trying to up that budget number, you know? So I just want to make that clear. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah. And
Go ahead, Stephen.
sorry, just teasing off that point. Yeah, any of these expenditures, it's like when we do any of these like fee studies or any of the expenditures that the county is paying and billing and charging, it has to be defensible. So, and that's why tying it to another standard would be wise.
Right.
Okay. And then
Thanks, Aaron. So, I mean, I just have a couple of questions. So I've been with Bill and Trish on the Budget Advisory Board, and we have not seen this come up in the Budget Advisory. Right?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to our knowledge. And so to see this, and maybe in previous years it came up, but not since I've been a commissioner and not since I've been at the Budget Advisory Board has this come up. And I also have not seen this applied to any other department. So
You weren't looking hard, I'm sorry.
And that's what I'm saying, like, that's what I'm saying, like, I probably don't, you're asking the wrong person, my memory's like a sieve.
did 10% of the roads budget get pulled out of this?
Hadn't developed the methodology. And so clearly with the response to this, I thought it would be wise to hold off on applying the same assessment to the appropriate departments, because clearly this needs more discussion.
I agree.
Just on the process, I mean, would the process have been to put this into someone's budget? You know, I'm asking all the commissioners, is it best to have the clerk auditor put this into someone's budget, right? And have them find out about it? Or would the process have been proper to come to this, to come to the commission and have this discussion prior to that? So it still is my understanding that.
There's, I mean,
Are you scolding me with it? What, we gotta be in here scolding me? Like, come on, man.
yeah, there's no reason to, I mean, here's the thing, we're having the discussion right now, and let's come up with a process. And hopefully we can get the process done by the end of the year and move forward.
I did,
Commissioner.
Yeah. Did you say there's already something, Gabe? It seemed like you had mentioned that there is already something that we can base that off of as we go forward with this?
So this was shared with commission administration the day before I knew MTAB was presenting their item. Commission administration had every opportunity to share it with the board and the commission. I recognize it was last minute, but don't act like I didn't offer any backup or just like, this is ridiculous. I'm not gonna take that.
So I will just say it's a common practice. I actually just looked up, you'll really hate these numbers. University of Utah within their research grants, they take 51% of grants that come in, and Utah State is that they take 21%. So it's like, oh my gosh. So that's a glut. Here's kind of I'm trying to like lighten the mood a little bit. When I started my program, it was so lean. It was super lean. And Margaret Hoffman was the superintendent. And she wouldn't take indirect costs from my program because it's like, you need them to survive. And then the new interim superintendent, I brought that up and he goes, well, she wasn't doing it right. I'm taking your, so he won't give at all. Cause I'm always like, dude, you're taking too much of my money. And he's just like, tough. Cause it does cost a lot to provide that over.
It was very difficult at that meeting because they only have that once a month meeting.
I understand.
And so, and it went from $20,000 to 250.
Well, let's just come up with a number and
I'm totally good.
And then it's go across all and I think it'll be all departments, and that's what.
Exactly, yeah.
It'll have to.
our bottom line.
Like you
Yes.
can't utilize a different percentage.
Absolutely.
It sounded like he was saying that there was a maximum. Sounded like he was saying there was a maximum, because 10% of TRT is
10% of the MOT budget is much more than two.
is much more. So he was saying that there was a maximum, so I think that needs to be.
I think I'm more than happy to facilitate a conversation with the clerk, and we can sit down and we'll work with ComAd and myself, and we will put it together and
Formulate a policy.
Chatting with everybody, and I think that'll work good.
I mean, the last thing I'll state, and I don't really need to state this, but I think we need to, and we all need to do this. I am not scolding anybody. I'm saying it to myself also. We need to respect our staff always, but we are all electeds. Gabe is also an elected, and we need to treat we need to treat each other with respect. We're way more effective and efficient when we do that. So, and I think tonight we've had a really nice meeting. I don't want to go home and drink, a gallon of vodka.
Oh, please.
I mean, you know what I'm saying.
At y'all age?
I can't, I wish I could. But you know what I mean?
Final item? No, just read off the final items. I was just gonna make a quick note on one box here. Mr. Reports can.
Oh, okay. All right. So we do have general commission reports and elected official reports, and then
Those are all contained.
they're all contained within the documents that have been loaded within the agenda items.
Okay, just real quick. So for commissioners, for the benefit, at the beginning of the year, Commissioner Hadler, Commissioner Winfield, and I were assigned on a committee to clean up the rules. We've had a couple conversations about that tonight. I am not here to say anything about anything, but I do think it'd be really good if both the commissioners and I get our calendars together to kind of address some of those things. I think they keep coming up. I know the state statute for OPMA has a really low threshold. It doesn't require documents. The reason why is the commission changes documents during the meeting last minute. It's not great. If the commission really wants to see a hard deadline, that's something that we can get to ComAdmin and we can facilitate and put it in that packet. But it'd be really awesome if we could have something from that subcommittee before the end of the year. So I'm saying it aloud so that everyone can keep all three of us accountable on this, because I think we can make some changes on that front. I think that'll really alleviate some of the issues. And I've been busy, and I know the commissioners have been busy, but I do think that that's one that can really have some good impacts. So I just want to note that one, put it on everybody's mind. So that was the only thing in the reports. I don't know if you have other items in the reports.
That's all I've got. Yes, Mike.
I've been looking for a place to add a future consideration. I would like to add a future consideration. Going into budget season, I would like to know the feasibility. I see a necessity for owls. Our owls, and not just owls, but our YouTube recording device.
Our video recording device. It's called an owl.
It's called an owl at every SSD meeting, at every board meeting. And I want to know what it would take financially to do so.
For about $800 a piece. $1,200 a piece.
Okay, then logistically, what are the requirements needed? Because I know we have at least one that travels. Because I keep getting asked for
Future
transparency.
consideration sounds great.
Great.
8:06, and I
Hold on.
adjourn this meeting.
One more. I do have one other one. I do want to bring it up just to everybody's concern. So I've been going to NACO quite a bit and following them, and there is a bill right now called the Small County Pilt Parity Act. And I would like to bring that up for future consideration.
Okay.
Let's all, if you guys want to look into it, or if you have any questions, just email me, but I think it's something.
Could you email us?
Discussion.
Yeah, they're working to increase our pill payments.
Yeah,
It's definitely worth.
That's basically.
Well, you don't get to leave before.
All right, with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 8:06. Thank you for everybody hanging in there.
Larry, thank you. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.